What's up? What's up? Welcome to the broadcast, everyone. I haven't done a hangout in a little while, but I'm glad to getting back to doing another one for you. This hangout is going to be called "Not So Great Expectations" by JD Kainanite. JD Kainanite is sort of a nickname I came up with for JD Kane. He did a hangout tonight on his Talking Nonsense Tuesdays, which he does every Tuesday, and he was speaking in his hangout on the question of God's omniscience, and he posited that in God's omniscience, then God would know what standard of criteria would be sufficient for um, anyone to believe in Him. So if God is omniscient, then He would know whatever J.D. Kane's standard was to believe in Him and to accept evidence for His existence. But there's a number of different problems with that. I mean, the first thing is it's important to understand what the Bible teaches. And the Bible teaches a whole lot about the pride of man. And it's very, very stressed in the Bible that God separates himself from prideful men. And I don't know J.D. Kane's life like that, and I'm not going to make any assumptions or anything, but all I know is what God has said. And what God has said is that um, he hides himself from the proud. That's what he says, and I trust what God said. So, and there may be a possibility that J.D. Kane is just too proud for God to reveal Himself to him, whatever his criteria may be. I mean, he may have a criteria that is, not an impossible burden to meet, but it may be that pride factor that's separating, you know, himself from God. And the thing about God is, understand to the best of our ability from Scripture, God has absolutely no obligation to lower Himself to the standards of evidence that we would require. You see, God is not just this being that is meant to be subservient to our wants and desires. It's us who have to humble ourselves to Him, not the other way around. That's not how it works. You may have a particular standard of criteria that you may want God to meet, but if you have an issue of pride separating yourself from God, then it doesn't matter whether your criteria is logical or illogical. That pride separation is going to keep you and God separate. That's just the bottom line. God is not going to reveal Himself to the proud. Those who humble themselves are the ones that He reveals themselves to. And whether atheists like it or not, that's what the Scripture teaches about God's character. So I don't agree with this idea that just because God is omniscient, that means that there must be some sort of expectation for Him to meet the criteria of what someone would expect to believe in Him. These are the not so great expectations that I think that J.D. Canaanite is putting upon God. There is absolutely no reason that we should expect God to try to reach us. If we continue to separate ourselves in our pride, there's absolutely no reason we should expect God to try to. There's no reason why we should expect God to just become, you know, cater to our servants. I mean, cater to our whims, and cater to our wants and desires before believing in Him can come into the equation. I don't agree with this idea that God being omniscient means that He must or should meet the burden of proof that we are looking for. In fact, that's a sign of pride, where you just saying, "Well, you know what? I don't care, God. If you exist, God, you're going to meet the burden that I say you should meet. I am not going to humble myself and meet, your standards. You're going to meet mine, and that's just how it's going to be." And I think that's absolutely illogical. Why in the world would I mean here? I mean, here's an example. If a child has an expectation from their parents, um, to have certain standards or certain values about themselves. It doesn't matter if their children are like, okay, look, all right, I know that my parents are reasonable people. Okay, I know that that hmm, I lost my train of thought. Hold on, I got distracted. I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought. Somebody's calling me. Just 1 second. All right, sorry about that. I'm back. Okay, I got my train of thought back. Let's say you're a child, and you communicating. You want to communicate to your parent about a certain relationship that you two have, right? And the child um, has an idea of what values and standards their parent holds. In order to have a honest connection, or to have sort of an open line of communication with the parent, the kid cannot have irrational demands on what the parents should act like. Um, the kid should humble themselves and be like, you know what? If I want to have this sort of open line of communication with my mom or dad, then I need to be open to hearing what they have to say. And I think in the same way, it's like that with us. We look at God. We gotta have an open line of communication with God. We gotta drop our pride. in order for God to want to communicate with us. Hey, Tommy Hall, how you doing, brother?
Hey, good. How you doing, Antonio?
Not bad, man.
Don't let me interrupt. I
Brown,
didn't mean to do that.
what's up?
No, don't let me interrupt. I don't know what I came in on. So
No, no, it's all good. I was talking about um something that JD Kane said in his Talking Nonsense Tuesdays hangout tonight. This hangout is about Not So Great Expectations by JD Kane. Well, we can't hear you yet, C Brown. You might have to reload. But anyway, this hangout is called Not So Great Expectations by JD. I call him JD Kainanite. But
I haven't watched that in a while. So what specifically he did he did?
Testing.
Oh
Can you
yeah,
guys hear me?
yeah, we can hear you.
we can hear you now.
My settings was off some kind of way.
Yeah, you're a little loud, maybe just a tad.
Okay, let me try to turn it down.
But
Um,
anyway, what JD Canaanite was talking about was that God is omniscient, right?
Uh,
And in God's omniscience, He would know what the criteria of standards that every person has to believe in Him. And what He said was that if in God's omniscience, if He wants JD Canaanite to believe in Him, then He would know in his omniscience what J.D. Kane's standards and criteria is, and meet him at that level, so he would believe in him. And the fact that he believes or feels like that God has not done that is a strong evidence that God does not exist.
yeah. Well, I think what it boils down to is JD doesn't want to believe. So uh, when you have that working for or against you, no matter depending on how you look at it, then if you don't want to believe something, then I mean, if you're repulsed by something and you're putting up those sort of barricades and barriers to that, then it's just not going to happen. So he can come up with any kind of crazy excuse, but that's really what it boils down to.
Yeah, I think it's pretty simple. The Bible makes it very clear on all sorts of contexts, all throughout it, that God hides himself from the proud. And the thing
Yep.
is, he may have a legit criteria or criteria that's not impossible to meet, but whatever his criteria is, whether be it rational or irrational, it's not gonna matter if he has a pride issue. Like, I don't know his personal life and what's going on with him, but I know what God has said, and I trust what God has said. And I think based on what I'm aware of what God has said, chances are there is a pride issue going on with him to why he doesn't want to believe.
Yeah, absolutely. Um, right before you said that, I was thinking arrogance, and that's kind of along the same lines: pride, arrogance. I don't know. I mean, we have to submit or humble ourselves before the Lord, and I don't know. I wish that's the tricky one. Someone who's full of pride, how do they come to the Lord in that way when they've obviously spent years trashing God and spewing stuff about him and basically spreading hate, spreading lies, talking nasty, I don't know how do you get through that? I mean, obviously through the Lord he can do anything, but pride is a tough one. When you think that you are bigger, better, bolder, stronger, uh, more moral than God, or if you don't even think God exists, then of course, then that's what he thinks. But when you put yourself in that situation, then there's not much hope unless you actually get on your knees and pray and ask God to open your heart, ask God to soften your heart and to come into your life. And even though someone may not believe, the Lord can help them believe, but we have to ask first. And So, and I think that's where prayer comes in. As other Christians, and that's about all we can do. He's been presented the gospel numerous times here, so he's just flat out choosing to reject it for probably selfish reasons or prideful reasons.
I would agree.
Yeah. Good to
Yes,
see you.
sir.
Good to see you, C. Brown. I've been talking to C. Brown here in the last couple of days in chat in various threads that we've been talking to Steve and Fiona and Jade and various others, and he is a pretty stout debater when it comes to evolution. So welcome to the community, C. Brown. Is that what you like
Yeah, I
to be
heard
called,
him.
as C, or what do you like to be called?
Yeah, C. Brown is good.
Okay, cool.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah, I
my
heard him.
first name is Craig, but I don't let them atheists know that, or the evolutionists.
Okay.
Who knows what they could do? I'm not,
Yeah.
just
Well, you're very effective. I mean, I was reading your conversations with Steve and others, and you don't let them at all get the best of you. I mean, you just like hammering them. So
well,
Well, I heard
I
him in
mean, it's
Neff
about the truth.
hangout. Well, I heard him in Brother Neff's hangout like it was like a week or so ago, I think.
hmm
And yeah, he was
Right.
saying some amazing stuff.
yeah, yeah.
Well, Tommy, I tell you what, when I was the one debate you had with Ozzy, and I was looking at him, I thought this guy is like, wow, this guy could be a problem. This guy is like very intelligent.
hmm
It seemed like he was making a point, but you really took him apart. I mean,
Well, you know what, Ozzy knows his stuff as far as what the philosophy of teleonomy, and he knows what's supposed to happen, but the problem is he and others crumble in the face of the evidence. So the evidence destroys them. I mean, what can they
right,
say? I mean, that's why I've in the past, I don't do it anymore. I asked Ozzy to debate me on a hangout or live hangout, and he won't do it. And I don't think he's into debating. I mean, I've later found out, so maybe it's not just me, but he
right,
won't. And most of the evolutionists won't go one on one with any of us, really. Um,
right.
so they know the evidence refutes their position and their philosophy.
Yeah, they really need numbers in order to try to be effective.
Yeah, exactly.
The same
But the
kind of
thing
thing
is,
keeping them from the same kind of thing keeping them from accepting the creationist slash intelligent design evidence. I think it's the same kind of thing that's separating them from believing in God. I think it's literally the same thing. It's pride.
hmm
it's funny. It's the thing with Fiona is, she wanted to protect. She want everyone to not mention anything about her religion. But the question is, what is her religion? I mean, she says she believes in Christ, but yet at the same time, she want to go the evolutionary route.
hmm
That's contradictory. You can't have, molecules the man and still have Christ. So, I mean, I try to like, sometimes, I'm not sure. I actually hold back a little bit because I don't want people to think that I'm being a bully toward them. I'm being a little bit too aggressive. But I get insulted with just the whole idea of the things that they say because to me, I don't want to be aggressive, but at the same time, I want to fight for God. I don't want these people to pollute people who actually believe that science supports evolution.
hmm
And I'm pretty aggressive in that manner because I know for a fact science does not refute. Evolution does not refute Christianity. It does not even. Science not even on its side, especially when you think about this epigenetics, the duons, and the dual coding genes. Basically, it makes neutral mutations obsolete. You can't even really get a neutral mutation if you have different if you have dual codons, basically coding for two different layers.
hmm
You may have the same sequence the same on the first layer, But then if you get a different amino acid that's codes for the same, a different nucleotide that codes for the same amino acids, you may have underlying damage. The same
Yeah.
way with the duons. So I mean, the science does not support evolution, and
Well, let me back up. I'm just kind of curious of your personal, I guess, story as far as how long have you been here? And I was just curious how you found this community and what your background is in this whole evolution thing. Can you just
wow,
sort of?
it's crazy because I really have not been doing this very long at all. I
Uh-huh.
think I've been actually like everything that I've learned within less than a year.
Hmm.
But the thing about it is this here, it's the passion because all my life I never really went to church a lot, and I always believed in God,
Hmm.
but I never contributed to God. I never
Hmm.
really did anything that was something that I wanted to contribute. So when I come across, I think Nephilim Free, I've watched his debates, and he's a master.
Yes, he
He's
is.
a master. I've watched his debates, and I just wanted to learn. So I've been learning, trying to learn as much as I can. And I don't have a solid foundation in this, so I'm kind of making my way. But the thing about it is, for some reason, it just seemed like the Holy Spirit just taps me, kind of tells me what to say, kind of tells me. It kind of I have a discerning spirit. So when I'm debating these Steve, or I'm debating John, if I'm debating Fiona, for some kind of way I see chinks in their armor,
Hmm.
and I exploit them,
Hmm.
and I can identify their lies, because I've heard it so many times before.
Hmm.
So
Have you
I mean,
debated evolution somewhere else, or is this pretty much your first foray into actual debating it?
actually, I have nothing formal at all.
Yeah.
Okay, it's just people I work with. There are so many people who believe in evolution because it was things that they were taught, in school, and they just I mean, even if they believe in evolution and God at the same time, they
Hmm.
believe in evolution. So
Isn't it
when I'm at
amazing
work,
how
yeah, it is.
the way the media and schools they just indoctrinate people to believe stuff, and people just it's amazing how they just accept stuff as fact without really diving into it and learning for sure or learning from both sides, the issue and deciding for themselves. It's just amazing how many people just accept stuff like that. That has
Right,
a pretty incredible and profound implications of our existence and our past and our future and everything about our faith as Christians. And that was a big roadblock for me becoming a Christian, really, is as I didn't know, are we all accidents? Were we put here by mutating monkeys? Is this whole thing a crapshoot or what? So
right,
it was a big roadblock for me that I had to have answered before I could really, which is kind of sad, I guess, but it just is the way I am, being weak and human and uh, with very little, if any, faith at that time. I just had to have those answers or questions
right.
answered.
I never really believe in evolution at all.
Hmm.
You know, I guess when I was young, they didn't overly teach that. But I know a lot of people who was influenced by evolution, but it just didn't make sense to me at all. But I didn't have the necessary the information to know that science supports creation. I didn't know that stuff. So so once I was able to, it's this guy. His name is Spike. I think his name is Spike Fear, something like that.
Hmm.
And he came out with he had videos saying the Big Bang never happened, and that was the first. That's even before Nephilim Free, where I realized that the Big Bang is absolutely impossible, and they're preaching this as if it that they have all the answers.
Hmm.
But when you get past like three different layers of the Big Bang theory, and what I mean by layers, I mean the lies. Try to explain it, and then they explain it through layers. But once you get to a certain level, there's no explanation for it,
Yeah.
and
Oh,
that's the same.
excuse me, sir. I'd have to disagree with you. Have you checked the sources? You,
Yeah, focus.
this is not funny. C, have you checked the scientific papers?
Have we what?
Have you checked the scientific papers?
Have I checked the scientific papers on what?
Sir, you're not acquainted with the sources.
That's his evolutionist accent.
Oh,
My name is MMA.
right.
Yeah.
No, I'm just kidding, bro. That's it. That's that time, man. Oh man,
Yeah,
evolution.
that's what they say. You right about that. And you know what's so funny is every time when you know you're beating the evolutionists, they got these go-to cards.
Right.
One of them is, well, how come 97% of the community believe what I'm believing? Or or uh, or they say stuff like um, everybody believe that the Bible is nothing but fairy tales. You know, you can't see God. Who created God? You know, they got so many go-to excuses.
Hmm.
When you actually talk about the actual science and they're getting beat, you know they're getting beat by their excuses.
Yeah, those are shallow reasons, man. A lot of times when they say that, they mean it in a mocking way. They're not really interested in hearing a sound answer to it. And they have their own metaphysical commitments, as much as they try to perpetuate the myth that this evolution theory is just neutral science. It's a lie. It's full of a lot of faulty presuppositions in regards to naturalism, and they really just try to take away the teleological and theological explanations behind biological life. And so that's the problem that a lot of people don't understand. They look into it like, man, well, you have your religion, and I go with neutral science. But evolution is, it's, as the way they say it, is not testable, it's not repeatable, it's not observable, and it's pure philosophy, man. It has this cosmetic appearance of science, but at its heart, it's pure philosophy, and it's something that I've been learning through time. And I can say solidly that I don't hold that I disagree with the theory of evolution. There's some people on the fence still studying it, but I just have problems with it simply because um, how it's been prepackaged as this neutral science, but in reality is pure philosophy.
Right. So listen, Tommy. So talk to me a little bit about this philosophy. It's called theolam- theonomy. It's what Ozzy was talking about.
Hmm. Well, I mean, I don't know if I can explain it like he would, but the way I see it is you have two options. You have teleology, which is basically purpose or need. So, well, there's Isaiah. Maybe he can explain it a little bit better. But teleonomy is okay. Well, let me just back up. Okay, so both sides ultimately agree there's design in nature. So
Correct.
the evolutionists will say that it's a teleonomic design, which means it's just a mechanical uh, process that doesn't require an intelligent mind or purpose. It's just purely natural causes, and that would be random mutation, natural selection. So it's a mechanical process that gives the illusion of design, or gives the illusion of a creator or of a designer. Whereas teleology is not an illusion. I would suggest that design is not an illusion and the designer is not an illusion. So teleological trait would be one that arose because the organism needed it. So if it went into a new environment and let's say it needed to change its colors if it's a fish or a lizard or something, then maybe early in its development it perceived the environment or it had some sort of hormonal reaction or action, or had some sort of, during development, some sort of epigenetic alteration, then because of the environment can stimulate that sort of thing during development, amazingly, then some people could perceive that, as I do, as a teleological change because the need arose first and then the organism responded to it. So those are really the two competing views of organismal change. And I think all the evidence that is actually provable in a controlled situation or setting shows that adaptive change is teleological. I was just taunting Hogtie a second ago to show me even one example of the teleonomic mechanism or the random mutation natural selection, and he chickened out, as they all do. They can't give me one.
Right. And the thing about it is,
Oh,
if you
can I
look at
say something real quick?
okay, go ahead.
Are, do you mean they can't give you one, or you won't accept one?
Well, they can't. The actual challenge is to show me an example in multicellular organisms where science shows the teleonomic mechanism in action. So you'd have to prove the random mutation and the natural selection, and you'd have to prove that the population adapted genetically. I'm just simply asking for what the theory calls for. And
No,
I'm
that's
asking,
not what I asked.
well, I'm telling you what I'm asking for.
Well, no, I asked you a question.
Well, I'm not going to accept something that's a bogus example. So no, it would have to qualify.
Oh, so you won't accept it.
No, I won't accept bogus examples.
Did anyone give you an example of what they thought would be an example?
Not today.
Ever?
Do you have one? There you go.
Did
Okay,
you hear
so
what I said? I have given you one. Have you? I'm sure you
What is it?
watched my video.
What?
Don't play dumb. You know I've given you one.
Oh, what is it?
Uh,
Name the animal.
Are you being serious right now? Because I
Yeah.
have given you one.
Okay, well,
I could barely hear you.
There's four
Well-
other people here who have not heard it. So what is it?
Tommy, you're breaching the ninth here, but do you involve Tibetans?
What is he saying?
He's okay. So he's going back to the Tibetan. It's an example of it's a paper we've been arguing about over the past couple of weeks. I just asked him for an example of the teleonomic mechanism in action, which means they would have to set up a controlled experiment on living organisms, and he's presented an example, quote unquote, of something that happened several thousand years ago, and he's trying to make the case that it was a teleonomic change. So yes, he is projecting his idea of how animals change
Right.
on an event that happened many thousands of years ago.
Yeah, that sounds crazy. So how does
Oh no, it's not. Tommy is making it sound crazy. This is the "were you there" argument. It's a horrible argument.
Now, well, that's what I'm talking about. I have my evidence that they can actually set up and show and prove that organisms respond to the need that they have because of the environmental threat or challenge. I can show it. I can show dozens of them. Scientific proof right there in front of the researchers. I'm asking for something similar your way. So I have my evidence. I have my provable, visible, repeatable, testable evidence, and you don't have anything. You have a paper recounting some genetic changes that happened 10,000 years ago or longer. I forgot how long that one was.
It doesn't really matter what it happens. Are Tibetans the only people who live in high altitudes?
No.
how
Are
does
Tibetans the only one
teleonomic
hold on. Are Tibetans the only one with said mutation?
With that particular mutation, yes.
Well, besides people that he's interbred with, of course.
You keep cutting out. I'm not hearing you.
Besides people that with, of course.
Yeah, you might want to reset us there because you're cutting out for me too, man.
I'm sorry, that's my Wi-Fi. Hold on.
right?
The point is, this happened many thousands of years ago. That's not what I asked for.
He's gone. Listen, how does teleonomic how does that account for instincts? I mean, you can't say instincts is just chemical reactions.
Well, they can. I don't. I think instinct is actually something that has been learned in the past and has been passed down through a variety of mechanisms. But instincts is just something that you feel on the inside, or thoughts or emotions based on what seems natural. Like we have various instincts, but I think they do stem from learning events in the past, and they've shown that that thoughts and feelings and memories from certain organisms can be generated in one generation and then passed down to the next generation.
Right. I
That's
think that's
truly incredible.
epigenetics.
Yeah.
I think it has nothing to do with a lot of, with epigenetics because, just like you say, passed down. It's like how do you? It's like when you look at people and you look at different generations on what they've been through, those markers get passed down. They
Hmm.
carry some of them same traits of people before.
Hmm.
I think that science never really had a name for it, and I think epigenetics explains that.
Yeah.
And I think it has lot to do with also with instincts, because how could seriously how could evolution deal with instincts? How could it deal with um, just instincts itself? It has no mechanism to actually deal with that because again, it's not thinking. It's all um, just random.
Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. You'd have to ask them. I mean, ultimately everything to them is going to be encoded in genes, and ultimately
That's
everything
a
had to.
falsehood.
Okay.
Maybe Isaiah could answer that question.
Okay, yeah, go ahead and answer the question about instincts. But if all traits are not encoded in genes, then and they didn't get there by mutation, then how do they get there?
Do you remember the example of the or first model that I gave you?
The or first, oh, the new gene, or supposedly new gene.
Yes.
Yes, I remember this. Yes.
Okay, so you understand, when you
Mm, I don't.
sequence,
No, I don't know how much of that I
it
understand.
promotes. Like I thought I made it simple, but essentially when you have a what's it called, a sequence which is uh, what is it? It promotes a random sequence of non-coding DNA, which encodes a random sequence of non-coding DNA, which promotes function. And if it's upstream from a long open reading frame, those two are going to open. What's obviously going to happen?
What does that have to do with any of this?
You said non-coding, random coding DNA. Is that what you just said?
A random sequence of non-coding DNA.
Okay, why do you think that it's random anyway?
Are you going to argue against non-coding DNA being
Well,
non-random?
it's not random because it has purpose. A lot of DNA code is repeatable, but it's not. I don't believe that it's random.
I'm saying random sequence because the sequence of it doesn't matter what it is if it's non-coding DNA. You
Okay,
substitute
it could
a
be it
G
could be non-coding,
for
but
a
it but
C.
you have,
Hold on. If you substitute a G for a C, for example, in non-coding DNA, it's obviously not going to affect the protein, correct?
it's not going to affect the protein, but it could affect regulatory functions.
Yeah, just because it doesn't code for protein
No,
doesn't mean it's not functional.
no. I said non-coding DNA. I'm not talking about
It doesn't matter. See, it
non-coding
doesn't.
genes.
Okay, see, it doesn't matter because evolution is you first of all you coined this thing called junk DNA. Okay, and junk DNA is pretty much basically debunked
Oh
because
no, it's not. No, it's not. Have you heard of the gulo pseudogene?
I'm
I
sorry.
have.
Okay, okay.
Yeah. What about it?
Well, Tommy, you know what? It's a gene in humans, and it's a gene in, I think it's almost universally conserved. This gene in humans and other drynosed primates is missing its promoter region in exons 1 through 6 and 11. So
Hmm.
not only can it not have a functional protein, it can't even promote transcription, so it's not going to work.
Hmm.
Okay, you don't know that. You
Well, I
really
do know
don't know
that.
that.
I've seen the sequence.
Because they're finding out. Listen, first of all, before the encode project started encoding, no one they only coded maybe 1%, 2% of the genome. Encode
ENCODE didn't sequence the human genome.
They didn't sequence it.
No, that
What
wasn't
was
in
they
code.
doing?
That was the Human Genome Project.
I'm sorry.
That would be the Human Genome Project.
Okay, but what I'm saying is before they only sequence 1% or 2% of the coding region. Okay, ENCODE project sequence much more of the genome so that they can see different functions of the genome, regulatory
But
functions.
no, that's not what they did. They looked at the genome to test for function.
Okay, I didn't hear you. What you say?
They looked at the genome to test function. But there's multiple problems with their 80% number.
Of course, you would say
Of course he would.
that. Okay, but see, the thing is the ENCODE project wasn't one, two, it wasn't three, four different scientists. It was a extensive research over about 40 different institutions, probably about I think it was 1,600 experiments, and it was a whole different about 800 scientists. So it wasn't just one person doing that. It was a
Okay.
collaboration.
Well, would you mind if I give you some numbers real quick?
Sure.
8% of the human genome is comprised of defective retrotransposons. That brings the functionality down to what number?
Okay, wait a minute. Hold on. Say that one more time.
8% of the human genome is comprised of defective
Did you say eight?
retrotransposons.
Did you say eight?
8%. 8%.
Okay.
That would bring
Okay.
functionality down to what number? Assuming 100%, you have 8%, which is defective retrotransposons. What does that bring the functionality down to?
Can I ask a question about that? When you say defective,
Sure.
does that mean that?
Non-functioning.
All right.
0.01% of
I understand.
retrotransposons do function.
Okay. So, is there a
Well,
particular
point,
environment that could what's the word I'm trying to use? Activate these so-called sequences that you're talking about. These what would you call them? Retrotransposons.
retrotransposons.
Yeah. Is there something in the environment that could activate them to be possibly functional in the right time or place? Because that seems to be the role a lot of times of junk DNA, that science at one time thought they were non-functional, but there seems to be certain situations where these non-functionals or these junk sequences can actually become functional in the right circumstance. You know, kind of like a phone book. You may not need all the numbers at the same time or at one time, but the numbers are there if you need them in a certain situation. You can call on them or you can look them up. And so I kind of get the impression that junk DNA is something similar to that. It gives us the potential to be reactive and to adjust to a fluctuating environment if the need be. So that's kind of my question on those particular things you were talking about.
I mean, yeah, and that's kind of like when you reach puberty, certain genes get expressed at that time. So it doesn't mean that at one particular time in one particular place that those genes are because they're not active at the time. That doesn't mean they don't have purpose.
All right, let me just say one thing too. I've kind of, at least, I'm not exactly sure that, I used to think, and I'm very much, it sounds like you see about the whole chance thing. I'm not a fan of the chance or the non-function at all, just philosophically. But you have to remember too that we are degenerated, mutated. In fact, so Adam and Eve would have been
And
looking at
that's
it
your
from.
assertion.
Hang on just a second. Let me just spell out my what I'm trying to say. The human race has degenerated. Mutations bringing us downhill. So it's not out of the realm of possibility that some of these old sequences could have lost some function along the way and would fit in fine with our particular view.
No,
So
that's what we call
that's what.
autonomy.
No, I mean I'm just
That's
acknowledging
what you call what?
that it's possible. Mutations, and there are various dysfunctions that happen within the genome, and information is lost. If you listen to Behe, he has that first rule of adaptive evolution, which means which says that if you break or disable any coded element, I'm not going to be able to say that right. Anyway, basically what he's saying is adaptive events usually involve breaking a coded element as opposed to adding some new information or adding a new coded element. So that's the thing. Our genome is full of things that are broken and not quite as functional as probably they used to be in the past.
Well, that's your assertion. They used to function in the past. You don't have any evidence, which means it's an.
Oh, well, you do the same thing. You do the same thing.
Well, no. I have phylogenetic bracketing on my side.
But no, you do the same thing. Let's get real.
No. I have phylogenetic bracketing on my side. You don't.
Phylogenetic bracket.
don't.
What are you talking about?
I mean, not phylogeny on my side. You don't.
Okay, Okay, give me an example.
The gulo pseudogene. I mean, through what's it called? Basically through the phylogenetic tree, we can see that this never functioned in humans. It's
No, you can't.
I have phylogeny.
You cannot.
Yes. Well,
Okay,
yes. It's
show
pretty
me how.
obvious. It's pretty obvious.
Show me how that never functioned. And I'm not necessarily disagreeing with you. I'm just saying because I don't think humans ever needed it. But how would your phylogenetics tree show that it never functioned in humans?
Who's our closest relative genetically?
I would know what you say, but
It's chimps.
Right.
Oh my God, chimps.
all right.
And it
Okay,
does
we
not
know
function
that.
in them. The next of
Absolutely.
kin, gorillas. It does not function in them.
Okay.
The next of kin, orangutans.
Okay, you're assuming that we came.
And then the markers
common
on the
ancestor.
hold on, and the markers on the gene, the way the gene is broken it's indicative of common ancestry, Tommy. It's indicative.
Look, we did not come from a chimp or gorilla. So what you're saying about them, this pseudogene not being functional in them,
all. That's not what I said at all, Tommy.
Your
put words in my mouth.
assertion is that we evolved from a common ancestor from a chimp and a gorilla, right?
Correct.
Okay, right. So that obviously, from my viewpoint, did not happen. So when you're talking about this or that gene being functional in a chimp or a gorilla, that means nothing. That's your assertion.
You, because you reject any and all evidence that.
But you're using that as evidence. Do you see?
Well,
you're using something as evidence.
If a shared mutation, it's indicative of common ancestry, Tommy.
No,
Don't act stupid.
you're not understanding. No, it's not that. You're using something as evidence. It's basically a circular argument. Do you see what you're doing? You're assuming common descent,
You don't.
and then you're using that pseudogene as evidence of common descent.
Repeat that, because I don't think you get what circular reasoning is.
Yes, you're using the pseudogene, the gulop gene, as evidence of common descent, and then you are. I've lost myself. Yeah. So. Yeah, I'm lost. But yeah, the point.
So my argument was linear, not circular. Sorry, sir.
Your phylogenetic tree can't show that pseudogene was ever functional or not. It's just an assumption based on your worldview of assuming that chimps and gorillas were our ancestors.
Does it function in rats?
In rats?
Rats.
No, it's probably not functional in any animal that doesn't consume fruits regularly.
It does function in rats. It functions. Oh, that's wrong. It functions in the wet-nosed primates.
Well, what is their diet?
They're very fruit. A lot of them eat fruit. For example, I think patos would be an example. And some haplorines with the broken gulo do not eat fruit, such as your tarsier.
Well, I'd have to look into that, but it seems to me that we don't need to consume vitamin C because, we don't need that gene to be functional because we consume lots of vitamin C. So the point is, in my view, I think that gene could be theoretically become functional if there was a need arise, if a need arised.
Yeah, you assert that, but I mean, we have an example of something that does not eat vitamin C. Fruits, which is the tarsier, and it is not turning back on.
But what do they eat?
Insects.
Okay, so how are they not dying of what is it called? The disease you get when you don't have get vitamin C, scurvy. If they don't get vitamin C, how are they not dying? So they're obviously eating something with vitamin C in it.
Oh no, they're not. They only eat insects.
Okay,
I
so
think they would
how,
get it from the
again, how are
insects.
they not dying of scurvy?
If I'm correct, I believe they get it from the insects we fruits.
Vitamin C.
All right, so they're getting their vitamin C in their diet. It doesn't matter where it's coming from. They've got to. Otherwise, they would just
Okay, you
perish.
said fruits specifically.
Okay, well, I'm talking about fruits that have vitamin C. I'm referring to something high in vitamin C in your diet. So, I don't know. Could be wrong. I don't know that much about it, but it, you're using that as evidence for what exactly? I mean, your claim was that it came from a common ancestor, correct? This broken gene, right?
And Isaiah, let me ask you a question. What
Go
is
ahead.
exactly your evidence? I mean, what is your definition of evolution? Because I know evolution, the definition has changed quite a bit over time. Now, at this particular point, a lot of people just want to claim basic evolution is um, alias frequencies in a population, changes in alias frequencies in the population. Do you
Yes,
want to
I
contribute
would.
to evolution? 1 second. Do you contribute to evolution starts from single cell out of the primordial scum, or does it start from a living creature and common ancestry?
Evolution isn't common ancestry. Those are separate
Okay, so what
since
set
it
the
changed in
platform?
allele frequency over time.
Okay,
Common
fine.
descent would be the theory that all life comes from a common ancestor.
Okay, fine. So let me ask you a question then. What set the platform for evolution to begin? Is it abiogenesis?
I would say so.
Okay, so abiogenesis set the platform. Okay, so let me ask you a question. How did these proteins become sequenced? Did they sequence themselves in the primordial scum? How did it happen?
Protein what do you mean by sequence? How were they
Okay, the
synthesized?
amino acids. Okay, to build life, we need amino acids, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we need amino acids. We need a certain sequence to build life, right?
Correct.
Okay, so then after we get the amino acid, we need to get a cell, correct?
We need a cell. Well, you don't need a cell to have something that self-replicates.
Okay, okay. How do you get to? Okay, first of all, you can't get the sequencing. Okay, then you can't fold the proteins. Then you can't get the cell. But if you can
Uh,
get it, let me know how you get it.
uh, I mean, according to the current model, you have RNA or ribozymes, or where you know what the ribosome is, right?
The ribosome, yes, I'm familiar with the
Ribosome.
ribosome.
Okay. Now, what actually does the work, what's actually the catalytic part, is the
Okay,
RNA, not the proteins. The proteins in it are structural.
okay,
So RNA, yeah, it could catalyze proteins.
okay. So you think that the RNA has enough catalytic ability to fold all the proteins and also sequence the protein? Where's the information that sequence the protein? Where's that at? Where'd that come from?
Synthesize. Do you mean synthesize?
Yeah, with the information that actually sequence the proteins. Okay, because what you're saying basically is
What do
life
you mean by
changed.
information? Are you implying proteins require DNA because they don't?
They actually do
No.
because
Have you heard of RNA
because you have
viruses,
to have
or
you have to
have you
have
heard
a
of RNA viruses?
specific order of amino acids to produce a protein.
I mean,
And that
proteins are made of amino acids. They're a chain of amino acids.
okay, okay, I understand that. Okay, but what I'm saying is you have to have a certain sequence in order to do that. Am I not correct?
What do you mean by that? I'm not seeing what you're getting at.
I'll be right back. 1 second.
So, do you believe in the RNA world hypothesis?
Yes, I would subscribe to that.
Okay. So you realize there's a lot of people in the scientific world that have serious problems with that, right?
Good for them.
Okay. So, I mean, it doesn't bother you to believe in a flawed paradigm or one that is full of holes?
I ask you the same thing.
Okay. Well, okay. Well, such as what? I mean, you're saying yours is science. So what are you referring to?
Well,
I
let's
mean,
let him
if you
explain it
wanted,
to us.
if you wanted RNA evidence for the RNA hypothesis, I could provide a plethora of papers.
Okay, no, we want to hear it from your mouth because we don't want fluff. We want you to come straight to the point. We want you to tell us how RNA can sequence itself into specific proteins.
RNA doesn't it's not in proteins. Well, some proteins
Okay,
consist of
okay, but
RNA, but
RNA.
proteins for the most part are comprised of amino acids.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. I understand that. Let me ask you a question. How did we get the nucleotides to sequence itself in order to build a a chain of proteins, and then from there we have to get a single cell? How do we do that?
Okay, there's a lot of problems with that. Nucleotides don't make up proteins. Nucleotides make up nucleic acids.
Okay,
Let me.
right, but
We
right,
know.
but the nucleotides make up. Of course, they make up amino acids, but then the amino acids make up the proteins.
No, nucleotides don't make up amino acids. They make up nucleic acids.
Okay, continue.
Okay, so we know nucleotides can synthesize from chemicals. We also know that ribose and nucleotides can synthesize together as a single molecule. What's his name? John Sutherford. He had an experiment on this, which I would recommend as a paper on it. And we also know that there's a special type of clay out there called a Montmorillonite, which can catalyze, allow nucleotides to form into polynucleotides. R is a
Okay,
polynucleotide. So if you have a ribose attached to a nucleotide and a collection of these connected to these, forming a single molecule with these nucleotides, in Montmorillonite clay, they would come together to form a what's it called, a polynucleotide, which would be
okay,
RNA, since you have the ribose attached to the nucleotide.
okay. So that sounds real good, but what success have they had in the laboratory with intelligence to actually get this to work?
Actually, intelligence is irrelevant. It's chemical processes.
Okay, so chemical process. So what? So chemical. So some kind of way chemical processes know how to sequence the nucleotides to build the amino acids to build the proteins.
Say that again. Sounds weird.
You know what I'm saying. Let's not. You know what I'm saying. Some type
Oh
of
no, I've
way.
never heard it put that way.
I mean, it's pretty clear. In order to get any type of sequence of proteins, you have to have a proper sequence to build amino acids. Okay, you can't get past
Um,
that.
Amino
And
acids
then,
can sequence from chemicals too. It's not
so
controversial.
are you saying the chemical reactions are smart enough to sequence proteins, to sequence amino acids to build proteins?
What do you
Chemical, chemical,
amino acids? What
huh?
were you gonna say? What were you gonna
No, no,
say?
no, no. I want you to explain it.
No, I'm not getting
You
what
can't even
from
look.
chemical
First of all, you can't even get
process.
the first protein. You can't even get the first protein. Okay, just admit it. So I tell you what, you ain't having no success whatsoever for here. So let's move on. Let's get to let's get to single cell. Okay, I'm gonna give you a pass. I'm gonna allow you to skip up to single cell. So tell me how did single cell through mutations mutate all the way up to human? Tell me how that happened.
Say that again. That sounds weird.
Yeah, I'm sure it sounds weird. Tell me how. Okay, let's bypass the sequencing of the amino acids to get to the first protein. Let's bypass that because obviously you have no clue on that one. So let's start
Oh,
with.
whoa, whoa, that's an assertion. Now,
Okay,
as I said,
uh,
RNA can catalyze proteins. We
okay,
know
it's
this because the
catalyzed.
ribosome what's
Okay,
catalytic in it is the RNA.
okay, we understand it has catalytic properties, but how did it get the proper sequence?
How did it get the proper sequence?
Okay,
That
let's skip ahead. Let's skip ahead. I'm giving you a pass. Accept it. Let's skip ahead. Let's skip ahead to you got single cell. From single cell, you need to go to multicellular. From multicellular, you need to go to simple
That's a
organisms. Okay,
that's a
simple
relatively easy
organism.
process that can be observed in green algae, for example. They can go from unicellular to multicellular. It has been done.
Okay, so green algae. So green algae went to green algae, or did it go to green algae to another type of creature?
Did that happen by way of mutation?
I could not tell you.
Well, it's pretty important.
I could not tell you, Tommy.
Okay.
Okay. So let's give them another pass. Let's skip all the way up to common ancestor. Let's go up to common ancestor. Okay, is that okay? We'll give you another
Common.
pass.
What do you mean by that? You just skip up to the common ancestor of
Okay,
what?
because you can't explain anything as far as how mutations mutated from
Well,
single
no, the
cell.
questions are malformed.
Wow. That's another evolutionary trick right there, a malformed question. Okay, I got you.
That's not
Okay,
a
so
trick. They're malformed.
so I'm giving you another pass. Let's skip. Let's go
That's
to
a
a
very
common
common response.
right. Let's go to
Yeah,
common
I'm sorry.
ancestor.
I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, you're fine. Let's go to human common ancestor, okay? Let's go to human common ancestor that started from between monkey, chimp, whatever you want to call it. Let's start right there, okay? How do we get up to human from common ancestor? How do we get there?
There are multiple changes involved. One of the primary, I subscribe to the primary mover of evolution would be gene duplication, because
Okay,
38%
so
of genes in humans are duplicates.
gene duplication basically mean that we're duplicating the
And
same
and
information.
not just that, and modification of what's it called? Modification of gene expression, since the primary
Modif-
differences between humans and chimps are not in the sequence itself. It'd be in the mRNA, which is
Okay, so what happened to allele
the
frequency
expression
changes
of
over
genes.
time? I mean, isn't the theory allele frequency changes over time? Didn't you just now abandon that?
Tell me, what happens when you add a methyl tag to the C in a gene?
Okay, well, you don't have a change in the base code. We've been through that, but I'm asking you a question. When you
Well, that's
say
what it is. You have
when
a
you
do you now have
say
an
that
epi
the
allele in the
majority,
gene pool? Do you
right?
now have
Okay.
an so the
Are you
number
are
of
you
epi
really
alleles, which are alleles, go from 0 to 1. You have changed allele frequency.
Okay, when they refer to allele frequency changes, they have always talked about we're talking about genes, different versions of genes. So we're talking about different
Yes,
versions of
epi alleles
sequences.
are
No,
different
we're
versions
talking
of
about
genes.
sequences
Epi
and the listen to
allele.
me.
What is
Listen
the
to
second
me.
word in that? Epi allele. What
The
part of this do you not
theory,
understand? How
no,
dense are you, Tommy?
no. The theory is about sequences of DNA, and so that's what the theory is, and you are now abandoning that.
No, that's
he's trying to
assertion because you don't.
No, I
What
understand
part
what
of
you're saying.
No,
An
no, no. What part of
epiallele has
epi
nothing to do with
allele
the
do you
base
not?
code.
he's
That's
trying to he's trying
great.
to he's trying to say that epigenetics some kind of way overrode and was able to build these changes through epigenetics. Epigenetics absolutely does not support evolution whatsoever.
Well, yes, it does.
Epigenetics
Take for
epigenetics is
example.
another layer of
Hold on.
information. It's another layer
Take
of
for
information
Are you
on
going to
top of the genome. You can't
take
even
for
get
example? Take
you can't even get a protein. You can't even get a protein to form. You can't get a genome to form. You
hold
can't get
on.
a cell to form. Now you want to get an
Hold.
epigenome to form.
Are you going to let me finish? 'Cause
Go
you're
ahead, Isaiah.
being really
I was
loud.
go ahead.
Okay,
When I
let's let
hold. Oh,
let Isaiah talk.
okay.
All right,
Take for
don't wait, don't interrupt each other here. We won't have that here. You can go ahead, Isaiah.
take for example the GADD45G protein. GADD45 gene. Due to low levels of expression, means the gene would be highly methylated in humans, due to low levels of expression in the brain in humans, our brain is exceptionally larger than that of a chimp. This is an example of epigenetics causing a morphological
Okay,
change.
so if we had a
So it's not just a
shrunken
change in the
brain,
base code.
okay, so if we had a shrunken brain, would that mean we had a chimp brain?
No, that would mean we'd be less likely to get brain cancer because the GADD45G protein not only allows your brain to grow, but it also stops you from. It's also a tumor suppressor gene.
Okay, right. So it has nothing to do with really turning our brains or from a chimp sort of brain into a human brain. We'd still have a human brain.
That's not just one. That's not the only change that occurs, Tommy.
Yes, I understand, but that's the only one you can point to, really.
I gave you an example. It was a B something. It was a long gene. It had a long name. I cannot recall the name, but
The point
I
is, this
gave you
has
another
nothing to
example.
do with a chimp or us coming from chimps. This is just the way our particular genes
Who
are expressed
especially
within
came from
us.
chimps exactly?
Okay, well, a chimp common ancestor.
Okay, great.
You're
So we
just
also
talking about how
hold on,
genes
hold
are
on, hold
expressed
on.
within us.
Yes, and I'm pointing to
Yes.
that as epigenetics, causing a morphological change. So you don't really require just mutation. You get
Wow.
what I'm saying?
Yes, I get what you're saying, but epigenetic changes are induced by the environment. So what environmental contingency caused that?
Oh, you're laughing, but you're laughing. I don't get why you're laughing, but the need to get smarter would be we need to pack more neurons inside of our head. Correct? That's going to allow for you to get
But
smarter.
wouldn't that be intelligence, though?
The need to get smarter caused our brains to grow. Come on, Isaiah.
You
Wouldn't
can't.
all organisms have the need to get smarter? Why just us?
No. That depends on the environment that we live in. In order to live in our environment, would you agree we fit pretty well in our environment, being as smart as we are?
Well, the issue is when we came down from the trees, we were essentially, according to you, monkeys. So why would we at that point need to be smarter and our cousins who were in the trees with us not need to be smarter?
The same reason you don't need fins like a dolphin. Nonsensical question.
Okay, so what about walking into the plains required us to have bigger brains? You have cows and lions and all those things walk in the plains too. Why didn't they need to be smarter?
They fit their niche pretty well, Tommy.
Okay, well, it's pretty much, if you walk out in the plains, that's pretty much, if you're in the wherever the plains are, Africa or whatever you think they evolved, you have
They
lots
fit
of
their niche
organisms
pretty well,
in
Tommy.
that. You have lots of organisms in the same environment, so you'd have the same environmental pressures acting on every organism in that environment.
Well, it's your assertion that environment causes every change, not mine.
Well, that's pretty much how it works when it comes to
Not
adaptive
really. You
changes.
failed to demonstrate that.
Well, when it comes to adaptive changes, they usually match up to the environment, correct? You could have neutral traits, but those aren't adaptive.
It actually depends on the environment in which it's going to be neutral, correct?
Okay, let me ask you a question. How is evolution able to make epigenetic changes in the environment when it's absolutely random? When
Evolution
it's
isn't
not thinking,
random.
it's not thinking at all, unless evolution thinks.
No, that's not random. Is the process of a dead cow not breeding random?
What it got to do with it?
No, I think what he's asking is how did evolution, which cannot think, generate a mechanism that allows organisms to interact with their environment and teleologically pop out a new adaptive trait? I think that may be what he's asking.
Yeah, that is what I'm asking.
So, in other words,
Well,
the
then you should have
epigenetic
phrased it that
changes,
way.
hang on, the epigenetic mechanism allows us to be responsive to the environment. And in a way, we have well, yeah. So how could evolution, which can't think, allow us to respond to the environment in intelligent ways, or seemingly intelligent ways?
Are you asserting that every change is due to the environment?
Well, adaptive traits that arise due due to the environment or due to an environmental challenge, if an organism is able to alter itself epigenetically and thus able to add an adaptive trait that helps it survive in that environment, then the question is, how could evolution, which is mindless, generate a mechanism that could allow us to intelligently change ourselves in response to the environment? It doesn't.
Okay,
It doesn't have
hold
it
on.
doesn't have foresight.
Let's walk through this. Do you know how a methyl tag is added to a C in a gene?
How?
Yes, how?
No, I don't know how. I know
It's an
that.
enzyme called methyltransferase.
Okay.
Now, the sequence of the methyltransferase gene, the gene that encodes the methyltransferase enzyme, it is not an orphan gene. So what would this mean for its origins?
I don't know. You tell me.
Okay, so it has its origins partly in gene duplication or gene fission and gene fusion.
Okay. So what is
So,
what is the
so
point?
are you saying? Let me ask you a question. Are you saying that it randomly adds a methyl tag to the gene randomly?
Say that again? I didn't catch that.
Are you saying that it randomly adds a methyl tag to the gene randomly for no purpose whatsoever? It just adds a tab to the gene.
It's not just going to randomly add it. It has to be a C, and inside of a sequence called the CPG island.
You're avoiding the question.
See,
Well, no, it's
exactly.
not random. Hold on. It's not random because it happens in a specific sequence. It depends on the sequence that it
No,
has to be in a CP.
it
Okay,
Well,
depends
but
on
it's
yes,
the
it does,
thinking
Tommy.
environment.
though.
Hold on,
But
Tommy.
it's
Explain to me what a CPG island is.
No, explain to me why you want to answer the simple question
No,
of
no, no,
whether
no,
or
no, no,
not
no, no, no.
the methyl
Explain to me what
tag
a
is added
CPG island
randomly.
is.
No, I don't know what that is. Just answer the question though.
It's a repeated sequence of C's and G's.
Okay, great.
Now
What does that have to do with it?
this is the area where your methyl tag is going to attach.
That doesn't
This
matter.
is not random.
That doesn't matter. How is it not
It
random?
does matter. It's not. Is a mutation happening in the mutation hotspot random?
Well, the issue is, does the environment stimulate it or signal it? And the answer is yes.
That doesn't answer the question. Does a mutation happening in a mutation hotspot random?
If you ask me, I'd say no, but some people would still say yes.
Good. So the C island, it's like a hotspot for epigenetics for a methyl tag to be
Okay,
added.
but epigenetic changes are induced by the environment, so that's what you're not answering. I don't know why you're not answering. It's not even controversial. I mean, he asked you that and you didn't answer.
I did explain. I don't think you're listening.
No, you
okay. Well,
explained.
explain it again. Explain it again. But don't give me any fluff. Just tell me exactly how. Tell me exactly how that in a random process like evolution that it would know where and when to add a methyl tag. Tell me how.
It's not random where the methyl tag is added. It's not just going to happen in a random C. It
Okay,
has
so
to be in
how
a
do it know?
CPG.
So how do it
It
know?
has to be.
How do it know? How do it know when and where to add the tag, or does it just do the tag just because it wants to? Is it
The
thinking?
the methyltransferase enzyme isn't going to add a C unless it's in a sequence called a CPG island. It's not going to do random.
It's not adding the C anyway. The sequence is not even
Adding a
changed.
methyl tag to a C.
Okay, right, but it's a reason why. Look, there's this thing called cause and effect. Okay, there is for every cause there's an effect. What is the cause for it adding the tag?
It's a CPG island. I
No,
explained
it's the
this.
environment.
Okay, we don't care about CBGI. We want to know
So
why it's
Tommy,
doing it.
hold on, Tommy, hold on. You said that. Now, could a C that is not in a CPG island have a methyl tag added to it? Methyltransferase enzyme do that.
You're missing the point.
Well, no, you're missing the point.
No, I'm not missing the point. The
Well,
ultimate
yes, you are
the
missing the
ultimate
point.
cause is the.
You said
No,
it
listen
depends
to
on the
me. Listen to
environment.
me.
If an
You are dragging
environmental
this
factor,
down.
if an environmental
Yourself.
factor,
You're changing the subject.
if an environmental factor approaches, and there is no CPG island in a said gene, for example, is a methyl tag going to be added?
I don't know.
No, because it requires a CPG island or
Okay.
CPG site.
Okay.
It's required.
Fine. So what is the point?
It's not random where these things are added.
Okay, so we're on the same page. Okay, I think we should move on.
Random. Okay, good. So it's thinking.
The deck is stacked is basically what you're saying. The deck is stacked for the genome or for the epigenome to act in an intelligent way.
Correct.
So that it's beneficial for the organism. We all agree the deck is stacked. So I would also say the genome is stacked.
When you assert that, you don't have evidence.
Yeah.
Okay,
So you say
You just said it. You said
you're
it
okay
wasn't
with the
random.
genome being stacked, but you're
I
not
said
okay
the
with the
site
genome.
where the methyl tag is going to be added is not random. It depends on the sequence.
You still haven't talked about what caused it to do that. It don't just do that just because it's a certain if it's doing it because of an environmental reason, that means it's thinking. It
It's a
don't just do things for nothing.
He's doing this as
You're
a
saying it's
diversion.
you're saying it's thinking. What would cause the genome to think? Do you have a mechanism?
It's intelligence. It's built. It's a built-in
Intelligence?
mechanism. It's a
No, no,
built-in
no.
mechanism. You gonna let me speak?
Go
It's
ahead.
a it's another layer. It's another layer of information that's built in that turns genes on and off and adds tags for certain reasons, specific reasons, due to the environments and other reasons. But it's intelligence. It things does not happen for no reason at all. There's a
Have you heard
reason
of
why that
self?
tag was added.
Have you heard of cell signaling?
I'm sorry.
Cell signaling.
What causes
Cell.
that? Keep going
There are
up.
many.
Keep going
Hold
upstream.
on, hold on,
I'm
hold
gonna
on.
keep asking.
There are multiple proteins. I can't recall the specific proteins. I don't have the information on me at the moment.
Why
Okay,
are you
but
bringing it up then?
yeah.
What's that? Are you where the genome is in the cell, right?
Say that again.
The genome is in the cell, right?
Okay.
Okay, so cell signaling, you would agree, would change the genome, correct?
I don't even know what. No, I don't know. I'm not gonna just agree with you. No, I don't. I don't think that. If it's self signaling, to me, if it's self signaling, that means that for it to have a signal, it has to have some type of intelligence. If you want to speak to instincts, signals, signaling, and reactions, you dealing with intelligence.
No, in cell signaling, you're dealing with genes.
Okay, a signal will require a receiver, right? That doesn't sound like a random process to me.
It's just a name. I don't see what the
I'd
name
like
has
to
any
read something
relevance.
that'll kind of answer some of this, and I'll put the link over there in a second. But it's talking about. Well, I'll just read it. It's over on the side. It says, because hormone secretion is regulated by the central nervous system, the mechanism allows development to become responsive to environmental variables. Variation in tissue sensitivity to hormones allows the developmental switch to produce alternative phenotypes in response to specific environmental signals. This is interesting from an evolutionary perspective because genetic variation in the signal and the response mechanisms provide the basis for the evolution of adaptive developmental responses to environmental contingencies. So basically you have the nervous system and hormones. First you have the nervous system. Something senses, since we're sensory organisms, we sense the environment. These sensations, feel, touch, taste, hear, all the things that we have, may generate a hormone. So if there's something in the environment that we sense, feel, touch, taste that generates a hormone, that hormone can go down to the genetic level or to the cellular level and do what it does down there epigenetically. So I think it stems kind of what C. Brown and I are on the same page, that intelligence is multi-layered within us. Information is multi-layered within us. And this intelligence and information goes down to the cellular level based on the environmental interaction we have, which generates a signal. And the signal is the messenger molecules, the hormones. So uh, I think that's the mechanism of adaptive change that has been passed off
It's
as
actually,
evolution.
I've looked it up. I think it's if I'm correct, don't quote me on this. I believe it's G proteins, which are responsible, well, contribute to signaling.
This guy, excuse me, I'm sorry. Ben Berry, do you want to say something? I mean, I see your notes on the side there.
Who
I'll,
is Bina?
I'll read
Where's
what
he?
he says. He said, this guy keeps asserting intelligence and then la la la, taken from the control of metamorphosis and polyphenic development of
Yeah,
insects.
yeah.
Yeah,
Real quick.
yeah.
Yeah, Bean is at work. typically during the week he doesn't have a mic, so I'm aware of all that. So if
Okay.
he doesn't speak, that's the reason why.
Okay,
Okay.
that's fine. Well, I don't. Yes, I mean, I think we are intelligent beings. I think life is inherently intelligent. I know evolutionists rebel at that, in that they curl up and they get all blue in the face and they hate that idea. They hate information, the concept that we're information gatherers, that the mind gathers information, and that we are information processors. All that really rubs them the wrong way, but I think that's the reality. And we use that information that we acquire from the environment to transform ourselves, and I think that's what's happening with the epigenetics thing, and that's why evolutionists have a problem, because that infers intelligence on the internal or the cellular level.
Well, no, it's cell signaling where you have I believe it's a G protein. Don't quote me on that. Where you have a G proteins reacting with the I believe they sit on the outside of the cell membrane, which is why they have hormonal responses. Would you agree with that, Tommy? It's proteins, not some brain.
Well, I think intelligence is pretty much all through the organism. So information, it seems like all the cells are in on the information, in on the intelligence, and it pretty much pervades throughout. So you're trying to drag this down into this reductionist argument, which is fine, but ultimately, if you're going to do that, I'm going to ask you how this happens or how that happens, and you're going to have to go backwards, or up the ladder of complexity, and ultimately, I think you're going to find yourself, if you could go that far up, you're going to find yourself at the level of the feelings or the sensations that organisms have, because that is indeed where the signal starts.
Isaiah, let me ask you a question. Let's again, let's just go from common ancestor of human or chimp or whatever you want to add to the fray. Um, do you think mutations and natural selection is a mechanism that can build the complexity to bring forth humans from that? And if you believe that, tell me how.
I'm not saying mutations are the only mechanism. I'm not going to assert that. However, I would say there are definite mutations which can be linked to, for example, the duplications of the SRGAP1 gene. Uh, you see, creationists laugh, but there's a wonderful quote by Charles Darwin. Ignorance more frequently begets knowledge than does ignorance more frequently begets confidence than does knowledge.
Okay,
Can
go ahead, Tommy.
I was just going to ask him, Isaiah, can you give me any molecular explanation for our differences? So between the chimp and the human, or the gorilla and the human, can you give me any
I
molecule,
did give you
any
one. I
gene?
did give you one.
You gave me something about the brain being smaller in humans, and I asked you very specifically for a reason, if that would turn our brain into a chimp brain, and you said no. So now I'm going to ask you again.
Did we
Can you
come from
give me?
chimps? Did we come from
Okay,
chimps, Tommy?
okay. Then a
Did
chimp common
we
ancestor.
come
I'm,
from?
I'm being colloquial.
Do we even know what that is?
No, that's the point. That's
Okay.
that's the problem. You
No,
don't
that's
know
not the
what we.
problem. Do we know what the common answer between a lion and a tiger was?
Okay. Do you know?
No, we don't. So we don't
Hang
need
on.
to. It's
Hang
just
on.
stupid.
Do
It's,
you
it's
agree
stupid
that
for you to ask.
no? Do you agree that chimps and humans are differentiated by our genomes?
Yes,
Of course you agree.
obviously. You
So,
and I
so
are.
my question is perfectly valid. So I'm asking you, if our differences are caused by our genomic differences, our genetic differences, can you give me any of these genes that are responsible for our actual differences?
I gave you an example. I can't recall the exact gene, but it was duplicated, allowing for it's
Okay,
contributed to our
what?
larger brain.
Okay, so we have a larger brain, but a smaller brain. There's lots of humans who have smaller brains,
Not
and
by
so
much.
that doesn't necessarily mean it's a chimp or a common ancestor type brain. I'm asking for specific chimp human differences that you know of that can be accounted for by any molecule.
Is the brain size a difference? Yes or no?
Yes, the human brain is larger than the chimp brain, but that doesn't mean a
Yeah,
smaller
yeah, oh,
human
you said
brain
difference. You
is
said
a chimp
difference.
brain.
I've
This
never said
guy
it was a
Barry is
chip
trying to help
brain.
him out a little bit.
Well, no, I don't need help. The arguments are horrible. But
It's
is
no,
brain
it's
size
not
a
hard. I'm
difference?
asking you what's
Is
causing our
brain size
differences.
a difference? Is
Yeah,
brain size a
yes,
difference?
brain size is a difference, but that doesn't mean that our brain is a
Can
different.
it be linked to a change? Can it be linked to a difference in the genome? Yes or no?
It's possible.
Yes, the answer is yes.
Okay, so again, lots of humans have smaller brains than other humans. And so that has
Great.
nothing to do with a chimp brain or a monkey brain.
You answered your own question.
No,
Now,
I'm asking for
is
a
you? I
molecular
asked you.
explanation between
I asked you.
chimp and a human.
I asked you. Brain size a difference between humans and chimps? You said yes. Let me finish now. Let me finish.
Okay.
And I asked you, is that difference chopped up to genetics? You said yes. You have answered your own question.
Okay. Let me ask you, what this mutation you're referring to? Exactly what does it do again? Did
It
you say? Did you
contributes to
did you
our
say it?
larger brain, allowing us to pack
Wait,
more
wait, wait.
neurons.
Sorry. Say it again. Say that again. Sorry.
It contributes to our larger brain, allowing us to pack more neurons.
It contributes to our large. Does it actually make our brain larger? Because it's been a while since I've looked at this.
I'd have to look it up. I haven't seen
Because there is a
it in a
mutation
while.
that shrinks the jaw. Supposedly, they've done induced
That's
mutations that.
that's also due to mutation. That's due to stop codon in the
Right.
MYH16 gene. We don't have the jaw muscles going all the way up to our
Is that
head,
is that what
which
you're
would allow our
referring to?
brains to get bigger. No, different case. Different
Okay.
case.
Okay. So one shrinks the jaw, and
Also
then
be a mutation which would
the
allow our
claim
brains and jaws to be larger.
the claim is that it allows the brain to get bigger, but it actually doesn't show. The mutation doesn't confer a larger brain.
Well, it does, because if when the gene is turned on, you have jaw muscles wrapping around and going up, attaching to sagittal crest.
Yes, but that
Now, if you
mutation doesn't
have
add
that,
brain
hold
matter.
on. If you have that, you're not going to have a larger brain because the jaw muscles are wrapping around. Is that hard to understand?
Yes, I understand that, but it doesn't sound like it confers a larger brain.
Well, if the sagittal crest is there for the jaw muscles to attach, you're not going to have a larger brain as a
Okay,
consequence.
okay. Well, you would have space unless you had a mutation or mutations that added brain matter, right? You'd just have empty space.
Say that. No, one of the
If you,
contributing factors for us to get. Hold on, let me put my phone on the charger. One of the mutations allowing for us to get a larger brain was the mutation in the MYH16 gene.
okay, the one that shrunk the jaw muscles.
Yes.
You just repeated yourself. Okay, but all the mutation actually does is shrink the jaw muscles, correct? That says nothing
It also
about adding more brain matter.
the consequence of having a
It
smaller.
just,
It's a consequence.
okay, well, that doesn't make any sense. You don't just have a quote unquote consequence of brains growing just because you have a smaller jaw. That would require something
As a
else.
con- as there's muscles that attach because of this gene when it's turned on. Have you ever seen a gorilla skull
A
where they
gorilla
have the
skull?
large crest? Yes, with a crest at their head on the top of
Yes.
their head.
Mm-hmm.
That's because the muscles from the jaw, because they have this gene which is activated, attached to that crest. Now it would be much more strenuous if the gene was turned off and the muscles can't attach. So the brain's not going to be as large in
Yes,
gorillas.
I understand. The cavity would be larger without the muscle there, but that doesn't give any indication of a mutation or something that actually adds
Because
brain
it is a
matter.
mutation. It's a stop
You're
codon.
not listening to me. It doesn't give any indication of a mutation that adds brain matter.
It's going to add brain matter as a
No, no, no. It's
consequence.
not
As
going
a
to.
consequence.
No, it's not. Where's the information coming from for more brain matter?
There's multiple factors. For one would be
Give it up.
gene expression. I've
Give it
explained
up.
this to you
Give
earlier,
it
but you
up.
don't listen. Okay, you're being arrogant, Tommy. I'm being
How can you
polite
contribute
with
gene
you.
expression to increase information? I mean, seriously.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said at all.
You said it's because of gene expression.
Well,
Gene
hold on.
expression
Well,
was
hold on, real quick. From a layman's understanding, well, he asked you, what would be the new information, and then you said gene expression. What
oh,
else is supposed? What else
if
is he
that's what
supposed
he
to get from
said.
that?
If that's what he said, I didn't hear that. But
Hmm.
who said that?
C. Brown said it.
Okay, well, some of it would be chopped up to gene duplication.
Let me just ask you a question. Isn't gene duplication just duplicating of the existing genes that's already present?
Not in all cases, and in a lot of cases, just partial duplication.
So
For the
so
example, the
99.99. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
if you're duplicating part of a gene, you're not going to have the function of what the full gene would have. The function is going to be different.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. So basically, this guy was trying to help you out. I'm trying to go back to what he said. He said, okay, mutation. Then he said genetic drift, natural selection. All these mechanisms can basically make morphological changes and anatomical feature changes. Or do you agree with that? That those features right there, mutation, um, migration, genetic flow, and natural selection, that's adequate mechanisms to bring a common ancestor to a human, and bypassing monkeys, gorillas, or whatever. Because I really know how to
I would
explain it
say
to make your
those are
case.
some mechanisms.
Okay, so what's the rest of them then?
One would be epigenetics.
Okay. Okay, but let me ask you one question though, seriously. 'Cause you have a real problem with just building a genome, but now you want to build an
Well, not
epigenome.
really. I mean, 38% of human genes are just duplicates.
Where did they come from? The originals.
The originals, only
Yes.
3%. Only 3% of our genes have no other genes with sequence similarity.
Okay, well, where
So
did any of
the
it
so
come from?
what did any of it?
Yeah.
Those genes would. Oh, I explained this to you earlier. In fact, earlier in this hangout about the 3% of those genes, which are called orphan genes. Do you remember the explanation I gave?
Okay, where did those come from?
Orphan genes.
Mm-hmm.
I explained that earlier in this hangout, to be exact.
Great. It's okay. Well, repeat it. Where do the orphan genes come from?
When you a sequence of non-coding DNA, which has proper sequence to promote transcription. If it is upstream, just upstream from what's called an open reading frame, or ORF, what is that going to do? If you have a sequence which promotes transcription upstream of an open reading frame, a long open reading frame,
Okay, so how many bases would these genes have?
they're usually short.
Like how long? How many?
I couldn't give you an exact number, but
We're
from the
talking
literature,
hundreds?
they're quite short. I don't know the exact length. I don't know if they're hundreds or not, but they're not very long.
Okay, so can you give me a paper where one of these orphan genes comes into existence by way of this
I
non-coding
gave you
stuff?
a paper on it earlier, which genes were in gray area. Do you recall that paper?
No. So did they actually show a
I
gene coming
think
into
so.
existence by way of the scientific method, sort of testing it, observing it, seeing what happens?
Well, no, we make predictions of what we should see
Right.
if
So
this
it's
model
just you're
works.
basically just a model. It's just a model of how something could have popped into existence.
Tom, what would happen if an open reading frame was downstream from a sequence which promotes transcription?
I don't know, but all you're doing is you're making up ad hoc
That's
explanations for
going to form
why
a new gene
certain
by
organisms
definition.
have genes and others don't have the genes when they're otherwise related. It's just an ad hoc explanation.
Well, no, that's not ad hoc. I gave
It
you
is ad
evidence
hoc.
earlier in a paper which you didn't
Isaiah,
read because you don't read my sources.
Isaiah, do you consider the genome to be very complex?
Sure.
Okay, so how is mistakes is going to build mistakes from a very complex genome already that has different layers of nested information. It has information reading over the information, reverse transcription. How is mistakes going to improve an already super intelligent genome?
What do you mean by mistakes? Because mistakes would imply negative.
Copying
It's
errors.
Errors also implies negative.
That's what they call them, copying errors in transcription. It's more than that. See,
Copying errors in transcription?
they think the whole genome and all that
Go back.
incredible layers of
Copying errors in
complexity, hang
transcription.
on, got built up by copying errors. Basically, most of them anyway.
Go back. Did you misspeak? Because I heard copying errors in transcription.
Well, okay, so when there's replication, or that's what I meant to say, replication errors is what I meant.
Isn't
that what a mutation is?
Replication errors?
Replication errors.
Duplication is a form of mutation. Yes.
Duplication is a mutation. So
yes,
when you duplicate a gene, there's nothing wrong with it. Duplicating it turns into a mutation.
Duplication is a mutation.
Okay. So, but it's displaying the same information. So how will you increase the information?
It's not going to perform the same function, especially if it's an incomplete duplicate.
Okay, so.
Or if by chance it fuses with another gene after subsequent duplication.
Okay. I'm just wondering how are you getting more complexity from that?
More complexity? How do you define complexity?
Because if you okay, let me ask you a question. Was the common ancestor more complex than the human being today?
I wouldn't assert any ape is more complex than another. They're each very complex.
What about a fish or an insect? Were those more complex than a human?
I'm not going to. That makes no sense. How are we measuring complexity in them?
Well, okay, so are there functions that humans can, like our eyesight, for example, compared to a fish or an insect? Would you say that our eyesight's more complex than that? Or our hearing?
Insects? No. Have you seen how a fly sees? That's very complex.
Okay, well, yeah, I don't know how to compare complexity on that. However, lower organisms.
That's the problem. I know, but
lower organisms. Hang on, lower organisms can't even engage in many of these functions at all, such as hearing or eyesight. So they don't even have, in some cases, they don't even have the organs at all for that. So
yes, at that level, it's rather easy to compare complexity. But when we're talking like a very complex organism, such as CRISPR, it grows hard to compare it.
You admit then complexity increases over time.
Right, that's a question. Are we evolving up or down?
I'm saying it's hard to compare once you get into the higher organisms.
Yeah, but you don't deny complexity increases over time, and the issue is how do mistakes do that?
I'm saying it's hard to compare complexity. I mean, what's more complex, a shark or a dolphin?
Well, yeah, that close, yes. But you can kind of infer complexity by the sheer number of functions that we have. You know, if there's a function that we have that lower organisms don't have, then that's the way to infer more complexity, more information. Right?
Well, I can walk. My cousin can't walk. Am I more complex than him?
Well, no, because he maybe, who knows, did he have his legs amputated, or what's the purpose?
No, he got shot. But
okay, well, that's a biological assault, so it's not that he was.
Or someone with cerebral palsy. Am I more complex than them?
Well, that was probably a biological assault too. Something happened.
Yeah.
But we're comparing lower organisms to higher organisms. The point he's making, you're making this very difficult. You're making this very difficult. The point is, you've got copying errors basically that are just random errors inserted into the genome that supposedly built up organisms, and that's what the theory is. And you believe that?
Say again.
Okay, if you start with a very low animal, lower organism, such as, I don't know, a worm, which doesn't have a lot of the functions that we have, you are asserting that mistakes, copying errors, built up organisms and added complexity, added information to the genome over time to create higher, more complex, more information-rich organisms. And I'm saying, do you believe that? Do you really believe that happened?
If we're going by a measure of the amount of genetic information to compare complexity, I'm going to say that's a poor measure.
Okay, well, it obviously happened according to evolution.
All right, so it's just a matter of you agreeing
Right?
to it
No,
or
I'm
not.
saying that's a poor measure. If we're using genome size to compare complexity, that's a very poor measure.
That's not what I said. I
Okay, it
said
don't have
we
to
have
be
different
genome
functions
size.
than a worm. Many more functions, many more complex functions. I don't know if worms can see or hear. I don't think they can, but
Yes, they
those.
can.
Okay,
Depends on
well,
the worm.
maybe so. But the point is, there's no really comparison between our hearing and their seeing and hearing in ours. So the complexity in the information was obviously increased, and you think it increased by additions and random copying errors that just got inserted, letters got inserted randomly, haphazardly in the genome over time.
Well, yes, duplication. I would chalk it up to duplication. I'm sure you've heard of Hox
So,
genes, correct?
Hmm.
yeah.
Okay, a large portion of the Hox genes are just duplicates.
Yeah, but Hox genes just basically tell where body parts go and how certain body parts are arranged. It
Right.
doesn't it doesn't
Yes.
introduce it doesn't introduce any type of bringing any other features into existence that's not already
Well,
present.
True.
well, yes, it does. I mean, I could actually show you where if you eliminate Hox genes, you're going to miss part of your body.
Yeah, but that's
For
not the
example,
point though. We
hold on. If you cut out two Hox genes in a rat, it's going to be missing. I believe it's I forgot the exact bone, but it's a bone in its arm.
you got a lot of courage, Isaiah. You got a lot of
Yeah.
courage. Coming here seriously. Let's make it a little bit more easier for you. Just let me ask you one question. Why is it so impossible for you to believe this complex genome that we have, all this complex life that we have? Why is it so impossible to believe that a designer designed this? Why? Why is that so hard to believe? Before you answer that question, let me just give you one example. Let's look at some microscopic fish, or not even microscopic, but fish that lives in a deep part of ocean or whatever. Let's say, for example, if those fish were pulled up into a net and they observed the world the way it is now, airplanes, computers, and this and that. Of course, they don't have a frame of reference to understand it. But wouldn't the most that they could look at it and say that this intelligence is higher than our intelligence? So they never seen us until they got pulled up. Okay, so just because you didn't see God doesn't mean that He does not exist. But what you do see is you see intelligence that naturalism cannot produce. So wouldn't that suggest to you that perhaps something intelligent created all this that man absolutely cannot explain?
Well, no, that pretty much just for me. That's basically saying, look, ooh, pretty.
Wow. Can you elaborate a little bit more than that?
I thought I explained it pretty well. Ooh, pretty.
So everything is just pretty, right?
No, 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 no. That's not what I said. I'm saying that's what the argument basically sounds like.
I'm saying seriously, if you see all this intelligence and you know that, well, it's reasonable to say that it can't come about by natural means. I mean, how many years do you need? 400, 500 years? What is it going to take?
Well, I could ask you the same question. I mean, you've seen, I'm pretty sure you've seen ample evidence for common descent. I mean, how could you deny it at this point?
You have no evidence that random mutation, natural selection can build
Well,
organismal traits or populations, Isaiah. So
well,
this
no,
whole
no, no.
common
Your problem
descent,
is, hold
the
on.
whole
The
common
problem
descent
here,
thing is
the
way
problem
beyond
is,
that. You have
the
much bigger
problem,
problems.
the problem is, you don't know what random is.
No, I
That is
understand
a
completely what it
major
is.
problem. No, you don't. We would have to add
Okay,
hour-long
what's
conversations
random?
over
What's
it.
random? Tell us, because we don't know what random means.
Basically, I forgot what was Steve's definition. He had a
Oh
really
my
well said.
gosh.
Was it? Hold on, let me read it
And you're
again.
accusing me of not knowing what it is?
Well, I do know what it is. Basically, if it conforms to a bell curve, that's basically what you can chop it up to.
In what way? Be specific.
If the pattern observed forms a bell curve, how hard is that to understand?
Okay,
Like
well, I mean, what
IQ,
kind of bell curve?
the
There's probably
person that
gazillions of
the
those.
IQ of person. What kind of bell curve?
No,
Did
I
you
mean,
seriously ask that?
I'm talking about the specific shape of it or whatever the.
What shape is a bell curve?
No, hang on. I'm just trying to find something here. Okay, so Richard Dawkins has defined this for us. If I can find this. Okay, so he says, if mutations are random, then by definition they cannot be biased towards improvement. So that's exactly the definition that I use. And there are others that make very similar proclamations as to what random means within the genome. And so when Steve makes that assertion that I don't know what random means, that is just quite simply false. Here on the next page he says, he says, he basically says random means there's no general bias towards bodily improvement. And it says that means mutation is truly random.
I disagree with that definition simply because it doesn't comport to the definition that mathematicians would use.
Okay, well, sure enough, I mean, they wouldn't be able to make a prediction on which direction a trait would arise if indeed traits are random. And I think that's what you're getting at. I mean, you have statistical I'm trying to say statistics showing that a trait may be random or not, but the actual definition is based on the notion that yes or no an organism can generate a specific trait in a specific direction in response to a specific need. If that's the case,
That's Dawkins' definition.
if we can, then there's no sense of saying that the trait in question is random.
That's Dawkins' definition. I don't agree with it simply because no mathematician would use that definition.
Okay, but we're talking about evolution. We're not talking about math or the statistics. We're talking about biology, organismal
Is the genome
change.
is there a certain number of base pairs in the genome?
Yeah.
Genetics involves math, Tommy.
Right, but those are, if they're biased in which direction they mutate, then there's no sense in saying that they're random.
If it conforms to a bell curve, it is random. If the numbers in question form a bell curve,
okay, but if it doesn't,
such as that of IQ, it is random.
Okay, but what if it doesn't? What if mutations are actually biased towards improvement and happen in certain clusters?
How are we going to put that on a bell curve? Biased towards improvement. How would we graph that to see if it conforms to a bell curve or not? How would we graph that?
No, the issue is when science tests it, as they have done, and I showed you a couple things in the last few days, different ways of testing that. They can demonstrate that yes, certain mutations are more likely to appear than other ones, and certain locations within the genomes are likely to have clusters than other locations. So that would indicate, sure enough, that the mutations are not completely random, that they're biased in certain directions.
No, I mean, who doesn't acknowledge mutation hotspots, Tommy? What geneticist wouldn't
No, they all do.
acknowledge that?
But you're falling into my territory.
Well, no, I'm not really.
Well, yeah, if you have certain areas in the genome that are biased to mutate, then that would indicate there's a bias. And
It's a mutation hotspot. Like,
let me remind
what else do you need?
what Dawkins said. If mutations are random, then by definition they cannot be biased towards improvement. So if you have a hotspot, that is an area that's biased towards improvement, biased towards
No,
mutating.
that's biased towards an area that would mutate. Mutation doesn't always imply improvement. For example, you can have hotspots in non-coding DNA.
Mm-hmm. But if you have a specific need, a specific environmental pressure put on the organism, and that induces a hotspot mutation, then that certainly infers that the trait in question would be adaptive or helpful, or that the mutation happened there for a reason.
No, I would disagree with that.
Why?
Simply because if it was non-random, we should be able to repeat it, right? Put an organism in a similar environment and the same mutation should occur, correct?
That is true.
And when we don't observe that, what does that mean?
No, they don't test that.
And when we don't observe that, what does that mean?
No, they don't test that. They don't try that.
And when we don't observe that, what does that mean?
Well, I don't know. That would be a fairy tale. But if they did test it, just to carry out your thought, if they did test it and there was no particular pattern in response to this environmental threat, and there were no particular locations in the genome that were cluster mutations, there were no specific isolated mutations that tended to happen, then yeah, you could make the case that, at least in that particular situation, that there seems to be no directed, no biased mutation. But as far as I know, and I've looked at this for years, they have never set up a controlled experiment on multicellular organisms to actually test that notion.
Do people who live in the Andes Mountain and Tibetans live in similar environments? Basically, do they have similar environmental pressures since they're living in high altitudes?
Well, did you say the Andes and the Tibetans?
Andes and the Himalayas. People who live in the Himalayas who are Tibetans.
Well, they're across the globe, so not exactly.
It's just similar environmental pressure, which is high altitudes.
Yes, the high altitude is a similarity, but there's a lot different. I don't know how many thousands of miles away that is, and on completely different continents. That's not exactly the same environment. They have all kinds of other.
It induces the same environmental pressure, correct? Which is high altitudes.
No, there's more to it than that, most certainly.
There's more to it, such as.
Well, who knows? I mean, there's dietary differences, there's chemical makeups, there's genomic differences, surely, between people in South America and in Tibet. Would you agree?
So yeah, hold on, but that's a poor explanation. Can altitudeness kill you in the Andes?
Probably could.
Can it kill you in the Himalayas?
Probably.
Okay, so if you have the same environmental pressure, which can kill you, should we not expect, if you're going to assert that a given mutation is not random, that it should be repeated since they're having a similar environmental pressure?
If you assume that there's not other molecular pathways, sure. But if there's another molecular pathway to confer altitude, what's the word? Resistance. If there's a different solution to it, then someone on the other side of the globe, or some people on the other side of the globe, may in fact use that other solution. There is another solution to altitude, to this altitude deal. So I've actually got to go to bed. But yeah.
So why would there be a bias towards one and not the other? So you're going to, I mean, you essentially set yourself up.
You don't know if it's a bias.
Hold on. What you're positing is unfalsifiable, which means I'm just going to dismiss it. How would I falsify this?
Well, what if it's true? What if there are other solutions, molecular solutions, genetic solutions? Obviously there are, right?
Yes, there are, but if you're going to posit that both of them are non-random, even though what we'd expect if they were random was for them to be different, how would I falsify your model?
I don't know how you would falsify it, but if it's true that there are different solutions, and it's true that there are different people with different genetic makeups, and if it's true that there's different environments, then I'm sorry, you can't falsify it. But the real test would be to test certain organisms that are genetically the same, like if they took rats up there or something, some other mammal, and then tested some of them, or tested all of them actually. They could put a population of rabbits or something up there and test their genome before, and then let them live up there for a while and possibly breed if they can, and then test their genome later on and see, well, did one of them mutate? Did all of them mutate? See, that would be the real way to test it, right?
Well, you just admitted that your model isn't falsifiable, so why should I accept it? If one of the key components of science is that a model should require falsifiability.
I just told you. It's
so
very possible. I just
hold
gave
on.
you the test. I gave you the test, right? Were you listening?
Well, hold on. So we have tested it. We have similar people in similar environments.
No.
Hold on. They have the same environmental pressure, correct?
That is not a controlled experiment.
Do they have the same environmental pressure or not?
No, they don't.
So high altitudes is an environment.
And they're genetically different.
High altitudes is not an environmental pressure.
They're a different race of people.
Is high altitude environmental pressure?
Yes, they're a different race of people with different genetic makeups.
That's great. They're nearly identical, Tommy. You do know humans are nearly identical, right?
There's quite a bit of variation.
We're a remarkably homozygous species. Remarkably.
Isaiah, I gotta go. I got about 2 minutes. Pay attention. All they have to do is take a group of mammals up there, test them in a controlled way, and see if the whole population changes genetically in response to this high altitude in the same location. If that's the case, then it's proven. It's easily falsifiable. My position is very, very, very easily falsifiable. They would have to set up a controlled experiment, but they won't do that. You and I both know why. Because they don't want
we already
to
have the experiment in question is already being done in nature.
No, it's not.
It's already being done.
It's not a controlled experiment.
We have a similar environmental pressure, which agreed high altitudes isn't environmental pressure.
Do you understand what a control? You understand what a control group is? Do you have a control group and a test group? So you've got to test them in the exact same way, or it doesn't count. It's a silly test if they're not subjected to the same environment.
Do I need to test that butterflies go through metamorphosis to know that it happens? No, the experiment is already occurring in nature.
All right. Well, thanks for the chat.
You have a nice day, Tommy.
All right, C. Brown, good to see you, and Antonio.
Okay.
Thanks for hosting this, and for everybody else here who.
Yeah, thanks for coming, brother Tommy. God bless you, man.
Love you guys, and yeah, very good to see y'all. We'll see you.
Have a good one, Tommy.
Okay, y'all take care.
Okay, he's gone now. Would you all like me to? Because I have bounds of evidence that I would like to give. Antonio, would that be cool if I could, give my evidence for common descent? If you don't mind,
Well, you can go ahead, but you would have to try to break it down in layman's terms.
Yeah, don't give us.
I'll try to do
Isaiah, we don't want a whole bunch of fluff. We want precision.
No, don't worry. I'll try to put it. I'll try to put it as simply as I can.
No, just give us precision. Don't give us a whole bunch of additional information that's not necessary.
Well, I mean, there's going to be some additional information required for you to understand what I'm talking about, such as, examples. Is that cool?
That's fine. As long as it's something that that we can actually prove, something that's viable, that's fine. Go ahead.
Okay. Excuse me. A while ago, the bonobo genome was sequenced, which means basically we know what's in their genome now. Now, in their genome was compared to humans and the common chimp. Now, in this, we found something that was strange, which is incomplete lineage sorting. Now, in incomplete lineage sorting, you have parts of your genome which will be closer to a different group than the group you are in. For example, I'm African American, but parts of my genome would be closer to that of Caucasians. This is incomplete lineage sorting, and other parts of it will be closer to Neanderthals. What causes incomplete lineage sorting is interbreeding. My ancestors interbred with Neanderthals, and my African ancestors obviously interbred with, or if you can call it rape, if you don't mind, Now, this would cause my genome, as a consequence, to have parts of it which would more closely resemble Caucasians and Neanderthals. Now, we observed this similar pattern in bonobos, chimps, and humans, where 1.7% of the human genome is closer to the bonobo genome than the bonobo's genome is to the common chimps. I mean, wait, 1.6, not 1.7. 1.7% of the chimp's genome, or of the human genome, is closer to the chimp's, or has a closer ortholog in the chimp than the chimp does in a bonobo. Now we have 30 retrotransposon insertions, which is really, I believe you know what that is, shared between chimps and humans, which are absent in bonobos. We have 27 shared between humans and bonobos, but absent in chimps. Now this is an odd pattern, but it would best be explained if human ancestors were once close enough to bonobos, the ancestors of bonobos and chimps, to breed with them. Now, if our ancestors were close, I'm sorry, was there something funny?
Keep going, Isaiah.
Yeah, I don't really appreciate that, but okay.
I'm sorry, dude. You caught me off guard with that one.
Yeah, okay. Was it too technical? Because I've been told I can do that.
Well, the thing is, you told me what it would be best explained by, what would be the observable evidence for that, and would it be something that would have to do with new information arising that did not previously exist before?
No, it would just be interbreeding. For example, if you had say you had a man from Africa who married a woman from married an African American woman. Now, because the child resulting would have parts of its genome which are closer to Caucasians, because African Americans obviously have ancestors who interbred with Caucasians. Now, it would be a strange pattern. It'd be hard to explain without interbreeding, is what I'm saying. Because I'm sure you would agree that bonobos and chimps share a common ancestor because they're very hard to tell apart.
Maybe, perhaps. I mean, uh, I, I don't know if I like the word common ancestor. I would say that they might have had, same traits, perhaps. Maybe they might be of the same kind. I mean, I don't know. I don't get all real tight, real precision when it comes to that. That's an evolutionary thing.
I mean, precision would be key if you're trying to make your point. I mean, if you want me to
Yeah,
accept
but
your
see,
point, you're
but
going to have
but
to
the
be very
problem is
precise.
the problem with that is that all lays under the interpretation. Okay, it's how you interpret the genome. That information, you have so much different things in the genome that you can look at it a certain way and interpret that. There's so many more differences between different species that you can look at and say there's not differences. If you just want to point out the things that look the same, you can do that. You can make your argument, but I don't think it's a good argument because a lot of, just like monkeys, just like chimps, just like humans, we have similar metabolisms. Okay, so you're going to see some of those same type of similarities in the genome. We eat the same, we excrete waste the same, we got the same type of body structures almost, but homology doesn't mean ancestry. So it's the way you interpret that, and I
Well,
just don't.
do we have a less parsimonious answer than the obviously common descent answer to the problem of incomplete lineage sorting between humans, chimps, and bonobos? Do we have a less parsimonious explanation?
Okay, so I guess let me try to explain this to you. Say for example, if you feel like your girlfriend was cheating on you, and you kept looking for ways that she's cheating, you kept looking, she may do some things that may be slightly out of the ordinary, and you can associate that with cheating. If you keep looking, if you keep wanting for it to be common ancestry, you're gonna find some ways for it to be that. And I don't think it's there. You can see
I,
similarities. You can see similarities in the genome, but we're 25% similar to an orchid. You know, you can always point the common ancestry to a common design.
I don't know how that would be less parsimonious for the piece of evidence I gave.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, parsimonious. I'm sorry. I'm not getting that. I know you want to use big words so you can throw us off the path.
Okay, would require less assumptions.
Okay, less assumptions. Wow. Okay. I don't think you can get to any precision with that. I really don't. You know, I just don't think that you can really look at a genome and got all these different base pairs, all these different letters, all these different similarities, and actually say that you find some similar traits there, and then you're going to say common ancestry. I don't see how you can do that.
Well, we find things in it that we would say are indicative of common ancestry, such as shared mutations.
Well, yeah, I mean, shared mutations could just be basically, you know, um, because we're similar. There were some mutations in the same places, and then what about all the places there wasn't the same mutations there? And how do you know those same mutations are in elephants um, or
Oh, did he drop?
I okay, there he is. Let me broadcast him real quick. All right, he's back. Can you hear us, man? I got you broadcasted now.
Okay. If you can hear me, can he hear me? Or am I not hearing him?
I don't really know what's going on.
Okay, but I mean, to respond, if I mean, you can look at the genome to see if if the same mutation is or is not present. One of the model of it, for example, you find a mutation in one gene in humans, and then you find it in chimps and gorillas, and you say, okay, I see a pattern. Then you would look at, say, rats, because that's the organism that is most poked and prodded. That's the organism whose genome is most studied. We poke and prod that most, and we don't find it in that. We can say, okay, this mutation is obviously it's ancestral to all three.
okay, um, do you think if we look for patterns again, like an elephant, we're going to see some similar patterns of mutations?
Not really.
I think that we will. It's called presuppositions. If you look for those things, especially considering the fact, like I said, you know, um, we kind of have similar features like monkeys anyway. So if you got certain sequences to build a monkey, to build a gorilla, some of those sequences are going to be the same. So you will see that. But homology does not mean ancestry.
Well,
Like I said,
we
you
can look at parts of the for example, the elephants. I mean, I actually the other day compared the African elephant mitochondrial DNA to that of the mastodon. If I were to compare that to the human, it's obvious. Well, I did compare it to the human. It's not a very high sequence similarity. I think it's in the lower 60s, if I recall correctly.
okay? Well, I mean, I don't agree with you.
It
Well,
seems like all you're doing here is looking at similarities to what could be this or what could be that, but not really making any direct links with any of it at all.
I mean, you
well, I'm.
can't really, like I said. Go ahead.
Oh no, you can go on.
I'm just saying you can't really make that. You really can't make that determination. I mean, if you look at a lot of different. I mean, I was watching a couple of Ken Hovind videos, and there's so many different similarities. Really, honestly, I think I seen a thing saying that we are very extremely close to rats. Okay, so
Yes, rats are they're very close to a lot of mammals, which is why their
okay,
genome is used. For example, if you want to test, if you saw a gene in an elephant, you would go do some tests on rats. If you saw a gene that looks strange, if you're trying to study a gene in any placental mammal, you'd probably go look at the rat,
And your
just
argument
because they're
is
so
that,
studied.
and your argument that a common designer is more parsimonious than evolution, right?
Less parsimonious.
okay. Well, I'm just looking at a paper. It says, "Do humans share 99% of their DNA with rats?" I mean,
We share
seriously.
99% of our genes, DNA.
Wow. I mean, and then it say 96 with chimps. You can't. See, that's what I'm saying. You can't go off of that. That's a bad argument. I mean, common designer is a much more plausible argument. It's much more
I'm not
plausible.
seeing how it would explain my ILS argument.
Well, I mean, we gonna disagree on that one. Let's try to. Let me ask you a question. Let's try to change the subject a little bit. Um, do you believe that birds evolved from dinosaurs?
I love that subject.
I'm sorry.
I'm in love with the subject. Yes, I do.
Okay, can you tell me why you think that?
Well, for one example, would be the transitional fossils. I mean, there are over 40 dinosaurs, non-avian dinosaurs, with direct evidence of feathers.
So okay, so from what I was reading, whatever, some of this it's not really called feathers. It's called this kind of like this fuzzy type skin or whatever. Not really feathers,
Uh,
because really, let me just say one thing real quickly. Feathers are very complex. The way they lay, they have barbecues on them. Super complex. Uh, to go from dinosaur skin to feathers. Can you imagine how many mutations it would take to do that?
Now, can I explain something? It's a very beautiful argument. This is now the argument. The feathers found were proto feathers, not actual feathers. But the proto feathers in dinosaurs were just connective collagen. They're just connective collagen. Now, this argument was first posited by a guy named Alan Fiducia back in the 80s. Now, this argument, now there are many pieces of arguments. There are many pieces of evidence against this argument, such as the discovery of melanosomes, which are pigment organelles. So you determine the color of the feathers. So you're not going to find pigment organelles in connective tissue. It's highly unusual. Through these pigment organelles, we can tell that, say, the protofeathers in Steropteryx, we can tell that this dinosaur had an orange color, and on its tail it had stripes. Now, there's another piece of evidence against it, which would be the discovery of the decay product of beta carotene in these protofeathers. You're not going to find that in the connective collagen fibers. It's just not going to happen.
You see beta carotene in everything. I mean that's skin, feathers, hair, everything.
Yes,
I
but
don't.
not connective tissue.
You could make it. No, you could make a point to it if you want to make a point to it. But the problem is dinosaur skin, feathers is extremely complex. And matter of fact, even birds, the way birds breathe, their lungs, how they take in air, it's super complex. Then you got
Yeah,
dinosaurs.
can
Dinosaurs
I
have got different type of blood than birds have. That's a lot
think
of transitions. That's a lot of
a
mutations.
different type of blood? I don't know if dinosaurs' blood has been, well, I don't think it's been preserved, but the pattern in which they breathe, it's a unidirectional pattern. It's a unidirectional loop. Now, this pattern, it's been found in the closest living relative of birds, which is the crocodile, which would suggest that the pattern in which they breathe, this unidirectional loop, is not just ancestral to birds and dinosaurs. It's ancestral to birds and crocodiles, which would be ancestral to all archosaurs. So dinosaurs would have inherited it. Pterosaurs inherited it.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't agree with you. I just, you know you have to you need a lot of mutations in order to do that. And the only backbone that evolutionists have to do things like that is they got millions and millions of years. That's kind of the excuse.
I
Now,
wouldn't say we need.
go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, I wouldn't say we need multiple mutations because the gene encoding the protein used in feathers, the specific brand of beta carotene, is also in crocodiles, in your crocodilians, which are the closest living relatives to birds, which would suggest it's not just ancestral to birds and dinosaurs, but birds and crocodiles, archosaurs, which means, oh my god. Okay,
Hello.
I'm done.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, anybody else want to say something about that?
Say something about what now?
About what he's saying about you don't need a lot of mutations to go from. Did he leave? Oh no, you don't need a lot of mutations to go from dinosaur to bird.
Hmm. You wouldn't need a lot to go from. Okay.
Well, birds, I would say birds are dinosaurs. I mean, some of the key traits which would be ancestral to archosaurs, meaning dinosaurs inherited them. They didn't. That's not where the trait developed. It was already there.
So you think that mutations can bring you from dinosaurs to birds without killing it, without killing them? See, the thing is basically natural selection will basically remove that because if you go from dinosaur to bird, okay, I think at some point in between dinosaur and bird, you will make yourself susceptible to get picked off. Okay, I don't think that transition will be smooth. Okay, you
Well, it's not. It wasn't smooth. There are a lot of branches, which is why we have a lot of dead bird-like dinosaurs.
I don't think I just don't feel like they would have made it at all. Okay, they wouldn't have made just like just like you want to go from a fish to arthropod or whatever, a fish to
A
uh, to,
tetrapod.
okay, to grow legs, to walk out of the ocean. I mean, you would think that first of all, you would have to grow some cartilage that would stick outside of the fin or whatever in order to get appendages. You're not going to get appendages on one mutation. Then you have to also get support from the nervous system and the muscular system to support those appendages. Just like when they did the mutation with the flies, okay, the fruit flies. Those fruit flies receive additional wings, but those wings did not have support from the muscular and nervous system, and therefore those flies died because those wings wouldn't even function. So how can mutations, which is blind and which is random, give you support from all the different systems in the body to make it functionable that you can actually be fit to live? It's impossible.
The specific fish that tetrapods are claimed to have evolved from are called lobe-finned fish.
Uh,
Now they
but but
have
look, but
this.
you
You
still
can
have
you can
lobe
speak.
fin fish though. They
Yes, very few of them actually.
no see wow. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Now, the specific brand of fish is called lobe-finned fish. Now we don't have like a lot of them to test, but the ones we can look at, for say example, your coelacanth, it does have the ball and socket joint to be able to move its arms. It's pointed in a different direction, but we do have a transition called tiktaalik, which it's the position of the in which the ball and socket joint is transitional. I can't recall. Niels has
Yeah,
an
but
excellent presentation on this.
Tiktaalik was refuted because of the fact that the times didn't match up. The times didn't match up
Well, no,
on
no,
when they walked out on land.
Yeah, I'm an extreme layman, all right, and even I've heard from time and time again that Tiktaalik cannot even be remotely used as evidence for evolution.
The time don't match
well,
up.
Tiktaalik, no one says it was the common ancestor. It just represents a transitional form in that
No,
transition. No
but
one's saying it's the common ancestor.
okay, but that's in your imagination, though. Like I said, you cannot listen. You cannot go from fish. if you go from fish, okay, to walking on the land, in between there, first of all, we haven't found no transitional fossils, okay, that basically show any type of deformities that would show an emergence of phalanges, different parts. Again, you're not going to get appendages on one mutation. Period. Okay, you're not going to get that. So therefore, you have to get. Hold on. You would have to get 4 appendages. You would have to get muscular and nervous system support. Okay, you're not going to get that because anytime you get any type of mutations of that depth, you get death. You don't. Only silent small mutations might survive. But now with the new information about duons and dual coding genes, neutral mutations seem more and more cost efficient and impossible. So you're not going to get those transitions.
I'm sorry if I'm interrupting you. I think there might be a bit of a lag, but we do have the transitions available. I mean,
tell me, which ones?
Take for example a Canthostega. It still has the I believe the internal gills that a fish has, and 8 fingers, which is most tetrapods have 5. It has 8.
Is that a transitional form?
That's
yes, it still maintains the it still maintains the external gills of fish. It still has the fin rays on its tail, just like fish. It has 8 fingers. Well, most tetrapods have 4 or less. I mean 5.
Okay, the thing about it is you have lizards that pretty kind of have those functions where you have like lungs and gills. You got that, and a lot of that is epigenetics because of the fact is that they show studies where you have certain lizards that live mainly in water, okay, versus ones that live mainly in land. They have a different structure, okay, and that's based on epigenetic markers that get stimulated based on the environment, okay. So that's not an answer. Hold on, let me just finish real quickly. What you have to show us is you have to show us fossils that show not fully formed creatures, but intermediate creatures that have both type of functions. Okay, really you have to show us the deformities of this trying to transition into this other species. Now, if you talk about millions and billions of years or whatever, we should have been seeing half of this and half of that, but we don't see that. We see fully formed creatures. Period.
Yeah, you can't transition. You can't indicate a transition with a fully formed creature. All right, you would have to have tiny changes that's showing the progression, not the whole of creatures. It doesn't make sense.
That's just like the Cambrian explosion. What do we see in the Cambrian explosion? Trilobites, fully formed creatures. Okay, we don't see any type of transitional forms whatsoever. We see fully formed creatures.
Well, we do. We have what's called lobopods.
And lopopod is a progression from one species to another, right?
A lobopod, it's like they're like arthropods, but they're actually worms with legs, with arthro legs.
Okay, so
And we're transitioning from one species to another, and we can find this in the fossil record, correct?
Yes, you can find them in the fossil record.
no, I'll tell you what he's doing. He's looking at homology. Basically, what he's doing is this here. He's drawing arrows. Okay, he's taking arrows. He's looking for homologies, and he's drawing arrows. But the thing is, again, you have to show. Look, first of all, put it like this here. If we talk about millions of years, we should see more transitionals than we see fully formed. Because all that time in between the transition, we should have seen fully formed, transitional, partly formed creatures. We don't see that.
Well, we do have a choice, and I give you the example of Tiktaalik. Like now, when we have example, I gave the example of Tiktaalik in low-fin fish, such as your Eustenopteron. the humerus is going to face backwards. In tetrapods such as us, it's face forward, or Acanthostega, which is one of the basal, very early proto-tetrapods. In Tiktaalik, it's in the middle. It doesn't face at you, or it doesn't face backwards, or it isn't coming at you. It's somewhere in the middle.
What
Now it's
fossil?
also, it has, huh?
Go ahead, finish. I thought you were
What'd you
done.
say?
I thought you were done. Go ahead and finish.
There's probably, yeah, I think there's lag, but as I was saying, it also has reduced fin webbing, and lost the fin webbing over the elbow. It still has some webbing on its hands, but it's highly reduced and completely gone over the elbow and wrist joint.
Okay,
It's
look at the
there,
duck-bill.
though.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you. I
Oh
thought
no,
you was
you can
done.
speak.
Go ahead.
I'm done. I'm done.
Look at the duck-billed platypus. I mean, we see all types of creatures with different type of different features, different colors, different shapes. Come on, you know, you, you can look at all these different species and you can start drawing arrows. Where are you seeing the in-betweens? Okay, you're not. Go ahead.
I gave an example of one, which is Tiktaalik.
No.
If you want,
That's
the
fully
transition
okay.
to.
Tiktaalik is not one. Let's kill Tiktaalik. Silicon, you can't say that either because silicon is existing today. Okay, that's stasis. Stasis and evolution isn't the same thing. Now let me quit. How do you get some creatures as stasis, some creatures as that's transitional, but yet you don't have no type of in between at all? Again, if it was millions and millions of years, we would see some half formed this and half formed that. We would see those fossils. The reason why we don't see it is because if we had that, natural selection would have picked them off. They wouldn't have been fit. They would not have survived.
Yeah, not only would we see them, we would have seen them in a ridiculous abundance. They would be in astronomical abundance.
You know, we don't. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. You can speak.
We don't have enough graveyards. We don't have enough graveyards to accommodate all the dead animals we would have had. We don't have enough graveyards for that. And let me ask you another question. Why is what? Okay, first of all, how do you get a fossil?
Excuse me. It depends. It could be rapid burial followed by water, or it could be volcanic activity, such as the fossils in China. The interesting fossil dinosaurs preserved feathers. They were preserved in ash. That was volcanic activity which killed them.
How
do we know? How do we know they had feathers? How do we know that they had feathers?
Because volcanic activity, it's going to preserve those very fine details, so we can see those details.
Wait a minute. Are you trying to tell me that more than just skeletal remains was left from that?
No. Impressions of them. We can see the very fine details of them.
You can see impressions on bones.
No, not on the bones. They're not on the bones. It's an outline of the body.
You really gonna call that evidence of that they had feathers?
Well, let me use another example. Have you heard of the fossil Darwinius?
I'm sorry, the fossil who?
Darwinius massillae.
No, I haven't heard of that.
Or
one.
Ida. It's also called Ida. She's a primate, and she preserves a beautiful covering of her fur. So you can see that it's obviously fur. Agree that it's fur since she's a primate, right?
I'm following. I'm listening.
Yeah. So some of this stuff, these impressions of fur, they can be fossilized. So it's not impossible to find them. They are found.
Okay, so let me ask you. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, especially when it's in volcanic activity, it's relatively easy to observe these finer details.
Okay, yeah, I'm looking at this fossil, and I don't see how they could have soft fur on that thing. Okay, but anyway, so basically, let me just ask you a question. Let me get some honesty out you. So you said rapid burial, okay, and with water. Don't you think a worldwide flood would be something that would produce uh, fossils more than whatever evolution want to say it would happen? Well, what do evolution say was the cause of these fossils that we find? Flood, correct? Rapid burial, flood. That's how you get fossils, right? Hello? Is anybody there, or am I just muted?
No, I can hear you, man. I don't know what's going on with
I think.
Isaiah.
Wait a minute. I don't know if it's Isaiah. Are you muted? Your microphone is muted. It look like.
He might not know he's muted. He might not realize he's muted. I don't know. Or maybe he's
Well,
away,
yeah.
possibly.
Well, yeah. Do anybody else want to say anything? I see Alf. I see Tech Nutrition uh and Tetra.
Well, I'll say this. Like he was talking about with these supposed transitions. I completely agree that we should have an abundance of intermediary like transitional processes through through
He
the
just left.
fossils. I think he probably reset, but yeah, we should have
Right.
an abundance of intermediate intermediate processes indicated through the fossils that we can see, directly through our eyes. We should have an abundance of these after all this time, uncovered. They should be unlimited,
Right.
virtually unlimited. But again, like you rightly pointed out, what we're seeing in all of them are fully formed creatures.
Correct. It's so funny, man, how the evolutionists, man, how they like to use big words, big terms, but what it all boils down to, they really isn't saying anything at all. What they're doing is they're banking that you're gonna get intimidated because you're not gonna know what they're saying, and you're gonna run out there in the street where they're gonna run you over with a car, basically, because you're not gonna know what they're trying to say. Isaiah, are you back?
Yes, my phone died. I apologize. What was the question?
Okay, no problem, no problem. I don't know. I forgot what did we what I basically said to you was I said, do you agree that and you even said it, a flood is one of the easiest ways to get fossils or water or rapid burial. But you didn't say flood, but you said rapid burial.
Yes, it
So
depends on it depends on the what the strata is made of.
you know, you guys always look for qualifiers, always look for little ways out. It depends on what the strata is made of. Elaborate on that,
But
please.
it depends on which rock. I mean, if you're having chalk, for example, that's not going to be formed rapidly by. That's not chalk is it's basically it's dead organisms which come together. They don't accumulate very rapidly, and they can only accumulate in shallow, calm waters. And if, for example, igneous rock, which is formed by lava or magma, that's not going to form by water because it's formed by
Okay,
volcanoes.
right. Yeah, but this isn't there a lot of underground underwater volcanoes that erupted? And do you really think that volcanoes is one of the volcanoes definitely isn't one of the main reasons why we have fossils, because you could run from a volcano,
Yes, it's
right?
a big part of why we do.
Okay, but you can run from a volcano, right? And a volcano won't spread as fast as water would, and then you would think that a lot of creatures will have instincts about a volcano, because they do have instincts, and they would run from that. So when you agree that water would be the biggest contributing to fossils
Water
by
plays
far.
a Yeah, water plays a larger part, but you're not always going to get away with it. Have you heard of Pompeii? There's a
I'm sorry.
huge I mean, in Pompeii, I believe it's in Greece, if I'm correct. You can correct me if I'm wrong. There's a huge collection of people who are they're basically frozen in time because they're basically hit by this volcano. You don't always get away from it.
Yeah, but I know you giving me examples, but I'm saying for the most part.
But that would like depend on the topography of the land of where they are, right?
Oh, of course it does.
Right. So I mean, but especially people, people would know when a you know earthquake is going to happen. No, I'm sorry, a volcano is going to spill most of the time. I'm sure even native people had some type of indicators, some type of scientific ways, perhaps, to know that it's going to happen, and they kind of got away from it. So, obviously, a flood is the best way.
I
So,
mean, it is in ancient Greece, so they weren't going to, they didn't have what's it called? What's the object they use to determine when it's going to happen? Forgot what it's called.
right. But that's my point. Um, so wouldn't you agree that okay? I'm sure you don't believe in the Noah's flood, correct?
I don't.
I'm sorry.
I don't.
Okay. So you think that there was a lot of floods that happened at different times that created all these fossils?
Yes, different events.
Okay, what about stuff like meteorites and all that? You think meteorites cause a lot of um like the dinosaurs or whatever?
Yes, I would agree to the meteor hypothesis.
Okay, all right. Okay, but where is these? If we got bombarded like that, where is all this evidence of these big gashing holes from meteorites?
But there are plenty of craters. They even go down to the Precambrian.
Okay, so we got craters today that is so pronounced to where it killed off all the dinosaurs.
Yes, I believe it was in the Yucatan Peninsula. It left a large iridium layer, and iridium isn't common on Earth.
Okay, all right, it'll make sense to me. Hey, Scorpio, do you want to say something?
No, I've just been listening. Just been listening there. There's a whole
Right.
lot of points that I could have
Throw
put
some
in a
in,
thing, but I
partner.
just got finished doing some stuff here myself, so
Well, let
I've
me know
just
when
been
you're
listening.
ready. Let me know when you're ready, because I like to hear you speak, man. I'm always open to learning.
Well, iridium, while not common here, there is another way of getting it other than through meteorites.
Yes, I'm aware of it. I'm saying it's not common, so we wouldn't expect a large layer and then no non-avian dinosaurs.
Okay, but you will agree that the floods is probably the biggest reason why we have all the fossils, right? You just don't
Floods,
agree that it was Noah's flood.
yeah, I would disagree with
Okay,
that.
okay.
I
All
don't
Yeah,
right.
fault you. I don't fault you for not understanding it. I mean, I listen to Fiona sometimes, and I'm just like, oh my God.
What did Fiona have to say about it?
Oh no, I mean like some of the topics that she'll explain, like ERVs. I'm gonna have to go back and watch that video. It's very complex.
Well, ERVs, that's endogenous retroviruses, right?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
I mean, when she was explaining it, I mean, it was so complex. I'm gonna have to go back and watch it again.
Yeah. Well, I don't put a lot of weight with Fiona say, 'cause Fiona don't want to make her mind up. Either she want to believe in Christ, or she want to believe in that Christ, a man came a VIA monkey or a common ancestor. It makes no sense whatsoever. I don't know how you can believe in the Bible and then believe the Bible is not accurate enough to a point to where you want to say that we came from a common ancestor. So yeah, I don't give her too much credit.
Yeah, I think what Fiona would say, hold on, sorry.
Go ahead.
Am I someone else? Okay, yeah, I mean, I don't know what Fiona's position is. So I couldn't tell you anything about that.
Okay, so let me ask you one question. What do you? I think you never. Okay, so do you believe in the Big Bang Theory then?
Yeah, I accept that. I'm going to admit I'm not, like the most adept person is that would be Steve.
Okay, but okay, from what you know, do you think the Big Bang Theory has gaping holes in it?
No, not gaping holes. There are some problems such as what's it called? Um, my God. There's a problem in it. Oh my God, I can't think of it right now, but there is one problem that I get. The horizon problem. Yeah, there's that.
There's a lot of problems with it. I think the one thing that the Big Bang is the reason why it is even considered because uh, it doesn't explain it to me, but it speaks to the expansion of the universe. That's the only thing I can give the Big Bang. That's the only thing I can give to it.
What about the abundance of hydrogen in the universe?
I mean, it could be a lot of things could be the reason for that. We were just talk. Me and Scorpio was just talking just recently, and they were talking about basically the higher elements. And he was basically telling me that how do you get to the higher elements when the abundance of hydrogen and helium was formed through the Big Bang and a little bit of lithium, but from there you have to get to the higher elements, and you need the stars in order to get to the higher elements, but yet you need the higher elements to make the stars.
I don't think you need the higher elements to make the stars.
Scorpio, you want to handle that one?
What's the core of a star then?
Wait, I I could not tell you. What is the core of a star?
Well, there's all heavier elements and bigger stuff and more.
Yes, up to iron, correct?
As far as we know, there's that and a few others in
Well,
the
yes,
core of a
because
star.
only up
But
to
there's
iron because you can only fuse up to iron, correct?
okay. Well, then again, you need your supernovas and that to make all of the other bigger elements, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, well then again you start running into problems because it's not as easy to get the type of supernova explosions as uh, the Big Bang Theory would like everybody to think.
What do you mean by that? I mean, are you insinuating that a neutron capture doesn't happen during supernova?
Well, I'm saying that even when they try to model supernovas in the computer, they have a difficult time getting them to blow up in the way that they think they do.
I mean, that can be explained. We don't observe supernovas too often, but I'm sure you would agree neutron capture does happen in supernovas, right?
That I already have a problem with. I discussed some of this neutron issue with Steve there a while ago with the idea of neutron stars, which I personally find a little bit confusing myself.
Neutron stars. I mentioned neutron capture, not.
Yes, I know, but you've got to have the neutrons hanging around for long enough time for them to be captured. Same thing with the neutron star itself, right? The structure itself has to stick around long enough, right?
Scorpio, we have somebody saying in the chat, oh dear, we know how to get to the higher elements. No, you don't need the higher elements to make the stars. Have you dummies ever heard of fusion?
Hello.
Okay, yeah, I'm trying to scroll through my the side chat and the YouTube was way, way, way up high, so I'm trying to scroll down far enough to actually read that part of the.
Yeah, it's closer to the bottom.
Yeah. Okay, there it is. Yes, a priest came up with the idea of the Big Bang Theory.
I fully admit I don't know much about physics. It's not my area. Never has been.
Yeah, well, exactly. It's he Isaiah's a little bit out of his element to discussing those portions of it, but yeah,
I contacted Steve because maybe he could clear something up. He seems to understand the topic.
Yeah, sure. He's welcome to come in if he wants to.
Oh, brother. I'm just looking at the time here. Didn't realize it was that late already. I have a big day tomorrow myself, so. Took me longer to get those images done than I thought.
What do you mean images? Scorpio? What do you do? Is that part of your work? Is that part of your work when you talk about images done?
I hobby myself. I've done I do photography.
Oh, okay, that's what I do too.
Yeah, we were discussing this a little while ago about the various lenses and stuff.
Oh, okay. Well, what was you shooting today? I mean, what was you shooting that you're processing right now?
I had processed a bunch of between 3 and 5 time magnification macro images of a couple of different types of beetles.
Oh,
and
wow.
I was trying to identify the species and that.
What was the were you using a macro lens?
Yeah, the Canon 100L.
Okay, 100L. Yeah, I'm familiar with that one.
Yeah, wow. That with a Sigma 1.4 times TC and a bunch of Kenko tubes.
Wow, okay, I got you. You were losing quite a bit of light with the Kenko tubes though. That's the only thing about it. You lose light with those.
I've also got the MPE 65, which I mean you basically wind up with the same issue with that.
What was the camera? What was the camera you was using?
My 7D.
Oh, the 7D. Okay, I got you.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, but see, you were bringing them up. You had to bring them up 3 times magnification, though.
Well, the 100L gives you 1:1.
Right.
And then with the 1.4 TC and the tubes, that bumps the magnification level up to about 3 times.
Oh, okay,
with just a single set of the 3 tubes.
Yeah. See, that's the reason why I don't like to use the. Okay, so you was getting really close. See, what I have is I have the Tamron 90mm BC.
Okay.
And I don't use any converters. I don't use anything on there. I just go straight with the macro lens. I don't want nothing getting between me, my lens, and my sensor. I use the Nikon D800, so I don't try to, I don't use I have used the tools before, but I find that you lose too much light when you do that. I, I,
Well,
I'm ass- I'm assuming you shot in the daytime outside, correct?
no, actually, I use my flash. I
Wow.
use
Okay.
a 580 flash with a flash ring.
Okay, I got you. A macro. I got you. Okay, I see what you're
So
doing.
it,
Right.
it keeps the light all right at the front.
Right.
Um,
Right.
that way I can, whenever you're shooting something like insects, and
Right.
especially anything above one, beyond 1:1, uh,
Right.
you've got to keep your shutter speeds up because
Right. Of course.
your breathing, your heartbeat, all of that affects the
Right.
you know
What
the,
was the
the
shutter speed you
focus.
was using? Right. What shutter speed was you using?
1/200th.
Right. Okay. Right. Yeah. Okay. You can always use a timer if you can't. Now, a timer ain't gonna work because I will use a trigger. When I do that, I will use a trigger and a tripod if you can.
Oh,
That makes
yeah, naturally. I mean, I've got a couple of. I've got my Manfrotto tripod with the Q column effect, so that I can swing it off to the side.
right. Okay. I
Um,
got you.
and
Yeah.
I've also got the GorillaPod Focus
Right.
that
The
I can
gorilla
put it
pod.
on
Right.
so that I can get closer. The reason I use the 100L and the tubes though is it gives me a little bit more working distance than the MPE 65.
Right.
So I can
Wait a minute.
keep a
Hold on.
little bit
What is
further
the
away from the bug when I'm trying to shoot it because as soon as you take the picture and the flash goes off in its face, most bugs take off.
I hate to interrupt this, bros, but apparently people in the side chat thinks people in here has been shut up. I don't really know where they get that idea from. You were just like scrolling through the comment and really didn't get to address it because y'all started this conversation on cameras.
Okay. So okay. Well, somebody wanted to address something.
If I could, Antonio, I watched your Talking Stupidity Tuesday. I have one comment. MMA he's Australian, not British. He doesn't say governor.
Well, it wasn't meant to be like exactly, mirrored or anything like that. That was the whole point.
I know,
It
I'm just
wasn't.
saying. I know, I'm
Yeah,
kidding. I'm kidding.
yeah, yeah. I got you. Okay, cool.
Right. Okay. So is so is are you I'm sorry which Doug or whatever are you the one who said that you didn't I mean if you want to finish saying you were saying Scorpio, I think that would be okay what you were saying about that, and then we can get back to science. You just want to
I can't
close out.
I can't really comment on that. Physics isn't my area, or astronomy. I fully acknowledge that.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that I had said is obviously Isaiah that's not his forte, so
Right.
that's
Okay.
it's a little bit unfair
Right.
to try and
Right.
expect him to
Okay. So what
defend
would you like to
something that's
discuss?
outside his bailiwick. So
What would you like to discuss? Um.
Yeah, but the thing is,
Isaiah.
it was said that stars apparently have been formed by fusion, but from what I
Oh.
can understand, we've never seen a star form before.
Right.
I've never heard anyone say that. I don't know much about it, but I'm pretty sure fusion only power star doesn't make them.
Okay, but don't a star have to Scorpio? Don't a star have to kind of fall down? Okay. Either it's gonna form by a supernova blowing up, okay, or a star has the gas has to collapse upon itself, but to form a star. Is that how it works?
yeah, the gravitational collection of the the basic gases, the hydrogen, helium. It's collected via gravitational collapse towards a common point, right?
Here was the claim, though. It was said that we know how to get higher to the higher elements, and you don't need higher elements to make stars. Have you ever heard of fusion?
Right. Yeah. What is the argument for fusion? That's the question that he was saying, Scorpio.
Well, again, it the hang on a second. Sorry, there's something going on in my backyard here. I think there's a cat fight going on outside. I'll be back in a minute.
Okay.
Wow.
I don't know how. From what from what I know about it, no one have seen a star form before. Um, People who thought they saw a star forming was just because there were dust that was covering where you could not see a part of the galaxy or whatever, and when the dust cleared, they saw something new or what have you. But a star forming is pretty difficult to happen when gas wants to expand. It don't want to fall down on top of each other. It wants to expand. So the only
Right.
way you're gonna form a star, from what the evolutionists say, is you'd have to have a supernova explode, and then the gas pressure kind of combines itself together or whatever. I don't know. I mean, I'm not good with that either. So, Isaiah, what would you like to talk about as far as until you get back, as far as evolution is concerned? I mean, because I agree with you that changes over alias frequencies, is part of evolution and natural selection. I don't have a problem with that. What I have a problem with is this mutations, genetic drift, um, ring species, and all this stuff, creating new creatures with morphological and anatomical features. That's a problem that I have, and I haven't. And me myself personally, I don't know anybody who can really say that they know of this being a method other than evolutionists. So, can you shed some light on that?
Said some light on what? There was a lot in there.
Oh no, I was basically saying that I agree with changes in allele frequencies and natural selection in a population. I agree with that. That will create some diversity. Okay, but as far as that being a mechanism, along with genetic drift, what else you guys say? Genetic drifts. I don't know what else you say, but how does that create um, different creatures with anatomical features and morphological features? How does that make these features come into existence? Is what I'm asking you.
How do the mechanism ascribed to evolution create new morphological features? Is that what you're asking?
Correct.
Okay. What is an example? Jade has an excellent example. Have you heard of the navel? I'm sure that you've eaten a navel orange. You've seen the little navel inside of it.
Wait, you referring to an orange?
Yeah, the navel orange specifically.
Now I
Okay.
heard Steve bring this up before.
Yeah,
Okay, let him finish. Yeah, explain that to me.
it's a little bud inside of the navel orange, which is like it's the navel. Now
Okay.
this mutation it occurred. I don't know how a while ago it occurred, but let's see. Now the mutation occurred and it formed in sweet oranges. Sweet oranges, that's it. It occurred in sweet oranges and made them have a navel, which is a new feature within those oranges, which would in turn form the new orange, which would be the navel orange. That's an
Okay.
example of a new morphological feature.
Okay. Did they stay oranges though?
Well, they're always going to be oranges.
Okay. So but all right. Okay. So I got no problem with that, but that's not no that's not no morphological feature. I mean,
So we're
it's
not even dealing with organic creatures now. We're dealing with plants.
Well, yes, plants are creatures. They're living. They are considered living. I mean, I know there are creationists who disagree with that, but
But not in
they
the same sense as like a multicellular mammal, for example.
yeah, that you have a point. If you want to say that, sure. I could give you an example in mammals if you would like.
yeah, but what?
Um, the
Right.
placenta, for example, it's attributed its existence is caused by a virus being inserted into mammals. It happened 3 times, I believe. In
No, I don't agree with that one.
Well, hold on, I can show you something on it. What causes us to form a placenta is actually the sequence which does it is actually a viral sequence. It has a viral codon bias. Essentially, it looks like it has a sequence that we expect of a virus, which has inserted its DNA into ours. We just co-opted it.
I don't agree with the whole thing about those ERVs. I think them ERVs is actually code. I don't see how a ERV can insert information into a living creature that's very complex and change how how it creates a placenta. That
Well, I
what that
mean,
basically said. Wait a minute,
what?
hold on. Let me just finish real quickly. So what that's basically saying is that um, the placenta was whatever, however the reproductive system was before had changed because a ARV changed it to where it changed the whole system and started producing placenta. Okay, it inserted this information and changed the whole genome. I can't see that happening.
Well, it's not an ERV doesn't insert an ERV is the sequence. What causes the ERV is the virus. Now, viruses they do when you have a virus, for example, take for example, I believe HIV. It goes inside your cells and uses your cells to replicate itself. It has to use what you have.
Yeah, but it destroys stuff. Viruses don't build stuff.
Yes, sometimes when they replicate, they don't do it perfectly, and they get stuck in there, and they can't get out. This is when they
I can't.
replicate imperfectly, and they'll leave their sequence of DNA in there.
Yeah, I can't. I can't see that. I can't see that, partner.
But it happened. I mean, it does
Well,
happen. We observed it in koalas, for
I mean, that's
example.
like saying, Nephilim said something to the effect. That's like saying, you get a manual for your mouse, and the information from the manual from the mouse can make extreme changes inside your computer. That type of
Well, then,
information, hold on 1 second. That type of information is not built into a virus. Okay, it's just not there.
well, no, the information. It's the sequence that's required to form this. We co-opted it. You know, For example, some viruses have genes which we don't expect, something that does not have a metabolism have. For example, some viruses will have lipase, which is an enzyme used to metabolize lipids. Now, we don't expect viruses to have that because, they don't have a metabolism, but they have it. Now, similarly with this ERV causing the placenta, it sounds odd that they have this sequence that would convey this response in mammals, but it did.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, you saying it did. I'm saying I seriously doubt it.
I mean, I could show you an
I think
example
I
of.
think like I said, ERV is just code. It's just code. It's just script. It's useful code that a creator used to create a placenta. It's different code to do different other things too. I mean, you know, like I know you don't agree with the Encode project, what they did as far as finding out what different with different you know parts of
They're
the
basically
genome.
saying which parts function and which parts don't.
Correct. And the thing about it is, you know, if you look at it, like it's everybody can't be a quarterback. You know, a quarterback is the one that encode for genes. You gotta have you gotta have regulators, and you gotta have gene expression. So those are the non-coding genes. Everybody can't be a regulator, and also the genome is built with a lot of redundancy, a lot of repetition, and a lot of that redundancy and repetition, I believe, is based on the fact is that things go bad with code. You get
The,
bad mutations. You need
yeah,
backup code. You need backup codes, okay, for those mutations. And I think that's done through intelligence.
the repetitive sequences they refer to are they're usually like fragments of telomeres, which unless they're at the ends of your chromosomes, telomeric sequences aren't going to do anything because they're specifically meant for that part of the genome, or they just won't do anything.
Okay, let me ask you a question. You know, when the let me see the let me get this one. When the polymerase is reading the information and is copying the code, the DNA code is transcribing in RNA. How does it know when to cut off the code and to send the send the nucleate the nitrogenous basis over to the ribosome for the production of amino acids? How does it know when to stop? How does the stop codon know when to stop and present the stop codon? How
The
does it know
stop
to do that?
the stop codon is the sequence that tells it to stop.
Okay, but how
E.g.,
does it know? How does it know when to stop?
that's the sequence. That's the only sequence it'll respond to. It won't respond to any other sequence.
Okay, but can we say that's intelligence?
It's chemical. It's just what the polymerase does. It won't respond. I mean, say if you were to change that, it's not going to just stop. It's going to keep reading, or it's just not going to form the
Oh,
protein at all
okay,
because
Well, let me let me
it's
let me
using
let me
this
ask you this.
nonsense.
Let me ask you this, because I know you're talking about intelligence and stuff like that, and I believe in God and I accept evolution. But for somebody to say because we don't know how something works, therefore God did it or it's intelligence behind it, that's not a good argument because it's more like you're going off of gap reasoning. We don't know, therefore God.
So
We
who
don't know,
made
therefore
that?
God.
Who made that
okay, but
argument in here?
let me. Can I respond to that?
Wayne, who made
That
that argument in here?
that's what his argument infers. He didn't have to directly say it. That's what the argument
Okay,
infers.
but
So
can I?
how was he making the inference?
The
I mean,
inference came the inference came from how else does this work? It must be intelligence. We don't know, therefore we do know.
okay, but let me. But let me respond to that. Okay, so there are some things we don't know, and there's some things that we do know. Well, what we do know is DNA is information, and we do know the information come from mind. And what we do know is complex um, sequences of DNA, 500,000 letters long, does not arrive by natural processes. That's what we do know. So we can use the strong canons of inference to know to believe to a high degree of certainty that intelligence did this because natural processes cannot arrive at this type of complexity.
Do
That's
you
what we
know?
do know.
Do you understand, right? Because you're saying natural processes can't do this and that. Even the way the universe is set up, if you guys ever heard of like the anthropic principle or what some creationists call the fine tuning of the universe, the way the universe is set up, it was set up naturalistically, but you can make inferences that hey, this most likely came from an intelligent mind, but scientifically, we can't test that. That science doesn't go there. Science doesn't go or to whether or not there's a God or not. It doesn't touch that subject. So that's
Okay,
irrelevant.
Okay, so but see, science is not the end all be all because science is only
Wait, wait,
restricted to
wait, 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 wait. You can't just jump from I'm going to scientifically prove God, and now you're saying science isn't the
Well,
end
hold
all be all.
on. You gotta let him finish his statement.
Right,
right.
but
Yeah,
right,
hold
but
on,
you
hold on.
Wait, stop,
Yeah, let me
stop. Let
finish.
him
Let me
finish.
finish. Let me finish. When we're talking about what we know, okay, and we can use science and we can use inference and we can use the strong canon. We can use the canons of inference. Okay, this is what we do know. What we don't know, we know that when we look at the consonants and we look at the fine tuning of the universe, and we know that it's fine tuned. Okay, so but we can say that it's not fine tuned. It just looks like it's fine tuned. But but when we know that it's fine tuned to 120 places to the decimal point, and that all the different consonants are contingent upon the other numbers being correct. Because if those numbers weren't correct, in a lot of cases, the universe would have just thinned out, and we never even got a universe. So this is what we do know, okay? And we do know that it's mathematically impossible for to start with a speck, okay, and for all the energy to be compressed in a speck and to expand, and from that expansion, from that chaos, for we to achieve that type of extreme order. That's what we do know. Continue.
You're getting in the Big Bang here. That's Steve's area.
Okay, but that's kind of what we was talking about when we was talking about,
Citation mathematically impossible. If you have one, I'll read it.
I'm sorry.
Do you happen to have a paper that's saying it's mathematical impossible? Because the last paper I had read on it was actually a paper that showed that it was mathematically possible. Matter of fact, it showed specifically that it was mathematically possible for the universe to arise from instabilities of quantum fluctuations.
No,
so which paper were you referring to?
Mathematically possible what?
For the universe to spontaneously arise from quantum instabilities.
No, that's what you're saying. For one thing, Steve. For you to get a universe to pop out of quantum fluctuations, the larger the size, okay, the smaller the window, okay, you're not going to get a universe popping from quantum fluctuations. You're not going to get that. That's highly theoretical. You're not going to get that at all.
The paper I can cite for you if you want me to link it to you. And Wayne, can you know which paper I'm referring to, right? Because my computer's really slow. And by the way, I can't talk very loud because it's after 10 o'clock, so I have to be really quiet. But there's a mathematical paper. I'm sure some of you have seen it.
I've seen it before myself.
Okay, so you know that it exists. It's about the spontaneous generation of the universe from quantum fluctuations. Okay, and it's based upon rapid inflation causing mass to be given to virtual particles through the Higgs field. That is a mathematical possibility. It has been proven to be a mathematical possibility. Now, you've just stated that it's mathematically impossible. What paper are you citing to support that?
Okay, first of all, it's not mathematically possible because guess what? You're not going to sit up there and tell me that you can get a paper, okay, and you can put some numbers on that papers, and them numbers are going to be so accurate to a point to where you're not testing this theory in no type of way. You have no way of testing it at all, okay? And you're going to tell me that a paper is going to tell me that quantum fluctuations can pop a universe out of existence out of nothing.
Yes.
You're in violation. Hold on. Excuse me for a second. You're in violation of all types of physical laws. Period. Okay.
So that is your
that's not going to happen.
That's your refutation of a mathematical paper of incredulity. You're actually going to argue incredulity for the mathematical paper that we all have read. You said you read it yourself, so you know that it exists, and you've posited just now an incredulous argument rather than explaining to us why the mathematics is incorrect or why the physics is incorrect. You've stated earlier, you just said, it is mathematically impossible, and I asked you, what paper are you citing for this, and you still have not given us one. When I've given you a paper that you've said you read, and I can link it if somebody wants to link it so we know what we're talking about, that paper has demonstrated mathematically that it is possible for spontaneous generation spontaneous generation of a universe from quantum instabilities.
All right, let's go from there then.
Okay, hold on. Let me just address that real quickly. First of all,
please.
I don't agree with the paper, and I'm gonna tell you what you're really doing. What you're doing, Steve. Here, right now, I'm feasting on a Thanksgiving dinner. I told you this before. Okay, as far as the universe being complex as it is, it absolutely points to a designer, okay? Because it takes a designer to do this type of serious complexity, okay? Now,
I'm
you
gonna
talk about
stop
a
right there
paper.
and
Hold
say
on.
you have to
Wait,
believe it put
Wow,
the designer.
you
Wait a
gonna cut
minute.
me off, huh?
Wait a
You gonna
minute.
cut me
No,
off.
no. Ain't nobody gonna come up in my room, and we ain't not gonna have this scrap in my room. Let the man finish.
I mean, seriously. I mean, are you
I
that?
didn't interrupt you. I
Are
didn't
you
interrupt
that fueled? Are you that
No,
fueled?
I want you to continue so I can respond to you. So please
Okay, well, don't
finish.
say anything while I'm saying it then.
Wasn't me. That was Wayne. Okay, I
All
didn't.
right, all right, all right. Steve didn't interrupt. Wayne did. Go ahead, man.
What I'm trying to tell you is, we clearly see design. Okay, so you want to try to tell me that you're gonna give me a paper with numbers on this paper, no type of testing whatsoever. Okay, you done had the CERN particle accelerator for years. That came up blank. You're gonna try to tell me a paper is gonna tell you that the universe can pop out of existence mathematically? Get real.
Okay, here's my response to that. Twofold. One, yes, the mathematical papers is mathematics. Mathematics is something that is pure. You cannot refute the paper. All you've had is an incredulous argument saying that the paper is not right. That is not science. That is not mathematics. You've presented no argument why the paper isn't right besides your own disbelief. Second of all, yes, we are designed. The universe is designed. Everything is designed. So what? I agree with the universe is probably designed. Big deal.
Well,
It's not designed by an intelligence.
here's the thing, Steve.
Hang on, Antonio. He has yet to posit that the universe is designed by intelligence. I will say the universe was designed by teleonomics, that there's a naturalistic element that has designed the universe. In biology, we call it teleonomic design. Okay, so nobody's arguing whether it's design or not. Now you have to demonstrate that it's not teleonomic, and you also have to demonstrate why that paper needs to be falsified. You have yet, C. Brown, to give me a single argument why that paper is not correct. Give me a physics argument. Give me a mathematical argument. Give me something. All you've done is say it's not true. That's all. Is anybody's not noticed that he's not giving me a single argument why the paper's not true?
Here's the thing.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, Antonio.
Here's the thing, Steve. It has been said, as far as we know, that pi is infinite, but that doesn't mean that just because
pi is finite, Antonio. Pi is finite.
Say what?
Pi is a finite number. You're going to want me to explain this, right?
Yeah, I would agree with you. I would agree with you. In reality, it would get to a finite number.
No. Okay. Pi is a finite number because it exists between other finite numbers. Okay. Pi is 3.14159265358979232. Yes, I have it memorized I did up to 20 decimal places, and I'm not
impressed.
Okay, I didn't ask you to be. Okay,
and does it stop at the last digit you mentioned? Does it keep on going?
It is an infinite decimal expansion. Okay, it goes on indefinitely.
That's what I'm talking about.
Antonio, let me finish.
Well, wait a second. Wait a second. But that's what I was talking about.
Antonio,
I was talking about. Wait. Hold on, Steve. Wait. Stop, Steve. Wait. That's what I was talking about. It goes on
yes, but it's still finite.
That's what I was referring to.
Yeah, but it's still finite. It's still a finite number. But C. Brown, stop laughing. I explained to you how the math works if you want to learn it. If C. Brown is just mocking me, then what's the point?
It's funny.
You don't believe pi is finite, C?
No, I don't.
Yes, no? Okay.
I don't think it's no, I don't. Not at all.
Let me explain to you why pi is finite. Any number that exists between two reals on the real number continue line is finite. 3.14 is greater than 3 but less than 4. You cannot have an infinite number between two finite numbers. Now, however, it is an infinite decimal expansion, meaning that to the left of the right of the decimal point, there's an infinite number of iterations you can take, and it goes on forever because it's a transcendental number. Okay, it's irrational. It does not have a fraction that you can write in the form of two integers. A rational number is any number that can be expressed as a form of two integers in a ratio. Okay, so in other words, 1 over 1 is equal to 1, right? That's an integer.
Okay.
Right. 1 is okay.
Okay.
Now, let me finish. 0.99 repeating. Okay. is also an integer. It's meaning 1. It's the same number, even though it has a decimal expansion. The same thing as this. Antonio, would you say 1/3 is infinite, or is 1/3 a finite number?
I would say it depends on how you're looking at it. I mean, I wasn't arguing that, like, for example, if you gotta go 3 feet, you gotta go half of 3 feet, and then you gotta go half of that, and then you gotta go half of that, and half of that, and half of that. But I mean, that's
Yeah,
only if you
that's
break
Zeno
it down in
paradox.
that way instead of taking it into like whole steps.
No, that's
You
called
see what
Zeno's
I mean?
paradox. Yeah, that's called Zeno paradox. That's called the limit of a sequence. But Antonio,
Right.
look at my question.
Right. And what
If
I
you have a
was
point,
talking about. Well,
okay,
hold
look
on.
at
Let me finish.
all
Wait. Let
right,
me
but then
finish, bro.
go ahead.
Hold
Go
on.
ahead.
All right. What I was talking about was the fact that it goes on infinite. I wasn't talking about like assuming like whole steps. That's not what I was referring to.
Okay,
So
then express it
I
this way.
totally agree
Uh,
with your argument that it's finite, but that's not at all
yes.
what I was
Right.
referring to.
Right. And I get that. Okay, but what you want to do to be specific, you want to say pi is a finite number with an infinite decimal expansion. Okay. But C. Brown doesn't get that. You seem to, but C. Brown thinks that pi isn't finite. Well, that's just retarded. Okay. Yes, pi has to be finite because it exists somewhere on the number line. If it exists on the continuum, then it's a finite number. Okay. And if pi does exist on the number line, it's somewhere between 3 and somewhere between 4. And if you can keep on honing into it as much as you want, you can get closer and closer by iterations. Okay, but it still exists on that number line. If you even take the ratio of circumference to diameter, right, which is going to be pi. Pi is the ratio of c over d, correct? And you take a diameter of 1 inch, then the circumference is going to be pi. And if you cut that and you make a snip in there somewhere, and you take that circumference, you make it into a line, that line is equal to pi exactly. Okay. So pi is a finite number. It just has an infinite decimal expansion. So you seem to understand that, Antonio, but you may want to explain it to your
Right.
buddy C. Brown, who doesn't want to learn anything because he thinks he's so educated in these subjects, but he makes so many mistakes is ridiculous. And the fact that he still hasn't given me an argument against why that paper is falsified. He
All
hasn't
right.
given me.
Well, fine. Let's go back to that discussion.
Okay, first of all, I want to say one thing. When you're talking about a universe popping to another universe, you have to be extremely, 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 extremely precise. It's not happening.
What does the
You
paper
can give me any.
postulate, Steve?
Wow, you're just gonna cut me off. You've been talking all that time. You're just gonna cut me off. Are you that, Steve? Calm down, dude. Okay,
Go ahead.
you ain't gonna get that type of precision. Things on paper does not translate. Okay, through observation does not translate. Okay, through experiments. That's the reason why you bore that paper up and you throw it in the garbage. Okay, you're not going to tell me that you're going to get a universe going to pop into a big universe. That window is going to be open long enough to pop into to pop into existence. Most scientists don't even agree with that garbage. The only ones that agree with that. 1 second, I'm gonna be done in 1 second. The only ones who agree with that is the ones who basically aborted the Big Bang Theory, and that's it.
All right, so once again, you've not given me any scientific reason to not accept it. You've not demonstrated the mathematics is wrong. You haven't even used the word precision correctly. Do you know what precision means? Do you know what the difference between precision and accuracy is? Can you tell me the difference between those two things? Because you just said you have to be precise. What does precise mean? What is
No,
precision?
you're not. What I'm trying to tell you is
I don't care
that
what you're going to tell me. Answer my question, please.
listen, no, listen.
Don't
This
move the
ain't no.
goalpost.
This ain't. Hold on. First of all, let's get this correct. This ain't no type of quiz me out to try to make your point. We're not doing
You
that.
used the word.
Hold on for a second. No, we're not. We're not going to do
What-
that. I'm going to tell you my
Okay, so you don't
definition.
know what
I'm going to tell you.
Okay,
I'm going
so
to tell you
what's
my definition. I'm trying to
Okay.
tell you. You're not going to get precise enough on paper. Okay. To tell me that a universe can pop out of existence
What
on
is
paper,
precision?
and that's supposed to excuse me, and that's supposed to translate into a universe popping into existence. It's not going to happen.
You're using the word precision incorrectly, so I'd like to know how you're using it here.
Okay, look, see, the thing about it, I don't care. See, I don't care about
Well, obviously
I don't
not.
care. See, the thing about it, the thing about it is, when you evolution can make your arguments, you want to pitter pat with little tiny
Now
little
you're
words.
changing the topic. Now you're changing the topic. Let me explain.
Okay, what I'm telling you, I'm telling you to move on. I'm telling you, I don't agree with you. I'm gonna say I don't
Right,
agree with you. And
So you
most
think an
scientists, nobody agree with that. Universes don't pop out of existence. You can show me a little paper, whatever. I know they don't pop out of existence. The window is too short for that to happen. It's not happening, partner.
Do you
And,
believe in
Antonio, you just witnessed somebody not being able to give any reasonable explanation towards anything, and he used the word precision incorrectly. Do you want to know the difference between precision and accuracy? Precision you cannot have with one data point, okay? And the universe was one data point. In order for precision in science, you have to have a cluster of data points, okay? And the difference between accuracy and precision is something can be accurate with one measurement. If I'm expecting a value of 0.5 and I do an experiment and I end up with 0.49, that experiment is accurate. Okay. However, if I get a result of 0.9, okay, or some other standard deviations out there, and I keep getting 0.9 or 0.92 or 0.87, that's a cluster, and that cluster is considered to be precise. Okay, it's a group of data points, but it's not accurate. It's not near what I'm trying to get. So when he's saying that it's not precise, that paper, you cannot say that because you have only one data point.
This is something you need a trillion. Listen, hold on for a second. This is something you need a trillion numbers to do. You're not going to get that. You're not going to get that.
Okay. See, Bram, what does the paper hypothesize besides the quantum fluctuations? How did the universe actually come into existence according to the paper?
Okay, I don't remember exactly how that paper went, but what I'm telling you is that type of paper. What you can do is ball that up until you can show that in an experiment that this is absolutely possible. You can ball it up and throw that in the garbage.
Yeah. So you have an argument from incredulity. Next.
I'm telling you straight out logic. It's not happening.
Hey, by the way, hey, Jim. Hey, Tony, since he's not going to have an intelligent conversation with me, I wanted to get your feedback on something because I trusted your opinion on it. May I possibly change the subject real quick to get your feedback on something, Antonio?
Give my feedback on what?
Well, as you can tell, the last couple of days I've been lambasted by very militant atheists, and I spent the last couple of hours with actually Jim here, and I love Jim. We actually think almost identical, and I wanted to get your feedback on it because you're a theist. The backlash from the very strong atheist community has been immense, and luckily a few people have spent time talking to me off air to understand my position, and finally have agreed with me. Cherie and I just talked for about an hour. She finally has come around and at least realized my argument and basically agreed with me on everything. Who was it? Uriah, I think was his name. He also as well. But I want to get your take on it because I've been promoting the fact that atheists have a burden of justification, just like theists have a burden of justification. And
yeah, you're right. Exactly.
And it's funny because, as you know, I'm an agnostic, okay? And I get a lot of feedback from true empiricism and the rest of those guys. And it's all negative, of course, because they think that I don't know what I'm talking about, and none of us do, and we're all wrong about basic chemistry and all this other shit. And yet now I'm getting just as much backlash from the militant atheist, by them saying, "Oh well, Steve, no, atheists just have a lack of belief. They don't have any burden of justification," which I think is nonsense. Okay, so I just wanted your feedback on it because here it is. I'm getting flack from both positions of militant. Okay, and I'm not, and I want you to know that I am being equally fair across the board in my beliefs and my wanting to get people to understand things correctly, and I don't choose any particular position. I don't favor atheism over theist. Whoever's right and has a better argument, and I wanted your feedback on that.
Well, as far as I can tell, you definitely have seemed pretty fair. Like I had a hangout a while back talking about what atheism is, and yeah, you did come into it and say yes. Atheism is not a lack of belief, and that's specifically what my hangout was about. And there's a whole lot of atheists out there who will jump on whoever disagrees with that. It doesn't matter whether you're an atheist or not. In fact, a lot of the arguments that I learned from properly defining atheism was from a very intelligent atheist himself. And a lot of what you were saying was pretty much, you know, pretty much down, point for point from what I learned from the atheist. So it's
Okay, so I'm glad you said
unfortunate.
that. I'm glad you said that because I wasn't making stuff up, was I? People just thought I pulled this out of
Right,
my ass,
right,
and I
right.
want them to know, see that I didn't create this stuff. I didn't make it up. This is actually, you know, not my own. They really think I just really made this up and I'm spearheading this movement on my own. It's like no. Because I mean, atheism can be defined as a lack of belief. I'm not saying that it isn't out there. Oxford defines it that way. It's negative atheism. It's weak atheism. Whatever you want to call it, it's a label. I don't agree with it. I do go by the philosophical understanding of atheism, which has always been a rejection of the claim. It is a positive assertion, and that anybody who makes a positive assertion, I believe God exists, I believe God does not exist. Both of them have a verdict of justification, and just by saying I lack a belief to try to get out of that, yeah, that's it's sophistry. It's philosophical nonsense. And I'm glad that you agreed.
I agree.
Why didn't you come to my hangouts on this? I would have loved to have you on my panel. I mean, I know they tell you not to come in my hangouts because people say, "Oh, well, Steve likes soft targets." No, I don't. I want a challenge. I want somebody to give me a challenge on topics. But I think that you agreed with me on this, and I would like to have you in my corner on it.
Yeah, and I want to hear it too. By the way.
Well, I mean, honestly, I didn't even know about it. I tell you what. I tell you what. If you ever have another hangout about it, just you can message me like directly, like 1-to-1. If you ever have another hangout about it, just message me, man. And I'll be there.
All right, because I don't know how much I can continue to talk about this. I guess I'm going to make one more video. It's going to be very short, 2 to 3 minutes, and it's going to be me explaining that I maybe in my last video I didn't explain myself fully. Cherie made very good constructive criticism that my marketing was impaired, and I have to agree with her. My marketing sucked, but my message was sound, and my logic was sound. I used predicate logic that I got from Uriah Heep to work out.
But that should be weak in itself, though. I mean, that's like so baloney, Steve. I mean, you're bowing down to that a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I got to take constructive criticism when I can, Jim. I mean,
not on that one, though. I'm sorry. No.
I could have worded things a little bit different.
Not on marketing, dude. Not on marketing. I'm sorry. You put the hard work in. I'm sorry.
But you know what's funny is the weirdest thing is that these really strong theists out there think I am like a hardcore atheist, and all the hardcore atheists think I'm a hardcore theist. And I told you this before, Jim. I think it's the strangest phenomenon I have ever witnessed in my entire life. That in the G+ community that I've worked hard to get a reputation for, that I've worked hard to have entertaining and informative hangouts, that because I stepped on the toes of a few militant atheists explaining to them that their understanding of basic philosophy is flawed, the backlash has been, oh, well, Steve is just like Darwin's deity. That's the insult that I've been getting lately, Darwin's deity, or Nephilim free, or even Veckel, but of course St. Tommy apologized for that. I mean, and I totally accept his apology, right? But I mean, it still fact remains that I get tossed in with the clown car posse because I stepped on a few toes, and it's very disconcerting because I'm not going to change who I am, and I don't capitulate, and I don't choose sides. So when people, just bear in mind in this, when people like true empiricists have said that I have an ideological perspective, this definitely proves that I do not, because I pissed off more atheists than I ever have creationists by this whole flack, and I still kept to my guns.
So let me ask you, Steve. So how could you, if you don't believe in either one, why would you believe in atheist views on how the universe came into existence then?
It's not an atheist view. It's a scientific view. It's a scientific position. It's a mathematical thing. It has nothing to do with atheism. Atheism is the same thing.
But at the same time, not to exclude God, though.
No. Okay, here's where you get confused. What do you like to be called, C or Brown, or does it care?
C Brown is cool.
Well, I'm not going to too long. But go ahead, Antonio. Sorry.
Let's go back to the whole mathematics argument we was talking about.
Well, hold on, but I do want to hear his position on that, if you don't mind.
Okay.
Here's
Go ahead.
here's it.
That's fine.
Okay, here's it in a nutshell. Okay, when you come up with a scientific theory, okay, such as evolution, such as the Big Bang cosmology, which, by the way, see, the Big Bang cosmology has nothing to do with the origin of the universe. Okay, nothing. Okay, it really has nothing to do with it. That you're talking about cosmogony, not cosmology. Okay, the origin of the universe is a completely different topic than the Big Bang. Okay, I just want to throw that out there because you seem to confuse them. But these theories that we have, they are a way to explain observations through a naturalistic mechanism called teleonomic mechanisms. Okay, so all it says is that we can explain how these things occur without invoking a supernatural causation. That doesn't mean that a supernatural causation doesn't exist. That doesn't mean that God didn't do it all. It makes no claim about that whatsoever. God could have made it all happen. Who knows? But there's no way to falsify that or to support it using science. Okay? You can't do it. It's an impossible thing to know. It's an epistemic limit on that. But we do want to find out using science how things occur. That's how we've gotten to where we are today. We did not accept this religious dogmatic paradigm. We said, no, you know what? We don't live on a flat Earth. We don't live on a planet that the sun goes around the Earth. We can put a person on the moon. Okay, so we've broken through these religious dogmatic ideologies limits for centuries now, and look where it's gotten us. It's gotten us far. So we're not going to stop and all of a sudden say, well, Nate, we can't explain something, so therefore God. That's a God of the gaps argument. Okay.
Okay, let me.
But all these. 1 second. I'm almost done. I swear to God. 10 seconds. The paper that you're thinking of only gives a possible mechanism to show that it is completely scientifically and mathematically possible. It doesn't say that it happened that way, and it sure the hell doesn't exclude God wanted it that way. Go ahead.
I forgot what I was going to ask you.
Antonio, do you agree with that?
I remember. Okay, I remember. I'm sorry. Okay, I remember. What would it take you to believe that God created the universe?
It would require. I am an empiricist. I am also a scientific instrumentalist, meaning that science only gives us the tools, and that the theories may not exactly comport with reality 100%. In other words, we use theories to understand the universe, but that doesn't mean there is actually a space-time fabric, right? That doesn't mean that there's that the theories are 100% absolute fact as far as that. Okay, I think there's a very good representation that work, and they're the best that we got to understand reality now. Okay, that's why it's called a scientific instrumentalist, not a realist. And I think most scientists are. I don't think many scientists are scientific realists. But what would it take? It would require some kind of supernatural causation that I have to physically see and test with my own senses, because that's how I think we interact with the universe and in reality is through our senses. That's what empiricism means. And so until I have those kind of events, I'm going to abstain, and I'm going to be called a agnostic, although I have had religious experiences, or what would be construed as such when I was younger. But I've reprocessed them, and maybe I have not readdressed them as well as I should. Maybe I should go back and readdress them again. But to answer your question, it would require some kind of supernatural causation that I can actually see with my senses. Okay.
Okay, let me just ask you one more question.
Sure.
Okay, how do you know it's just not beyond your frame of reference? Let's say, for example, if you went back, let's go off your timeline. Let's go to caveman days. Okay, what if a caveman was able to transport himself to this time, and he would see things like computers, TVs, airplanes, and stuff like that? Okay, that would be something that would be beyond his realm of understanding. How do you know that this universe, the creationist universe, as complex as it is just not beyond man's realm of understanding?
Because I have no reason to think that it is. I believe that man has a very great ability to understand a lot of things. Do I think that we'll ever reach a point where we understand everything? No. I think we do have an epistemic limit there. There's just so much in the universe that I think it would be gone before we even had a chance to figure out all the complexities and the intricacies. However,
being an instrumentalist, we would never even know if that's actually the case. We can never know for sure. I do believe we have to take things axiomatically, and I got no problem with that. I'm a pragmatist as well, so in my worldview, I got no problem with that. But I have no reason to think that we cannot learn an incredible amount. Just like your example, a caveman coming to us today would be in awe and wonder. Well, what are we going to be 10,000 years from now? We're going to be thinking things are normal. But if one of us just popped into existence 10,000 years from now, they'll be looking at us like we're freaking cave people, right? But we're never
Right,
gonna
but
stop.
that's all applied science though. That's science through intelligence though. I'm talking about the way the universe works. The
Well, I
way
think I
the
answered your
universe.
question pretty well. I mean,
Well, yeah,
my answer is that we can never know for sure. I don't think we can ever know the complexity of the universe completely. But I could be demonstrated wrong on that. I'm open for suggestion. But I just don't think that we'll be around long enough to. And if we did, we could never know for certain.
okay.
What is this, interview Steve night? I thought we were talking about neutron capture or something.
I was curious myself.
I don't mind. No, I don't care. People can ask me questions. Like I said, I've been grilled for the last 3 freaking days, mostly by atheists. So, Tony, I swear to God, the next time you say that I'm somehow siding with atheists, yeah, think about this shit, okay? Oh, sure. Think of this crap. Sorry, I forgot that was in your hangout.
Yeah,
I mean,
he
come on,
just
man.
he just got finished with 2.5 hours with a very high IQ person, and
Yeah,
let me tell you, he really got tested, and it's a fact. They buried the hatchet.
yeah, no, that was cool. I mean, we actually reached an understanding, but don't think I want you to know something, guys. Don't think I will ever back away from an online discussion. It will never happen, but only in certain rooms. I will go into Antonio's room because I trust him as a moderator. I will not trust him, no offense, but I will not trust him when engaging any of the Clown Car Posse. That I'll only do with my room. And if they want to use an excuse for views, they're out of their minds because I have more views than they got nowadays. I'm actually going to be simulcast on a channel with 35,000 viewers. Okay,
Yeah.
coming up here. Okay,
I know you don't agree with him, Steve. But I wouldn't call them just some clown car posse, and I wouldn't
that's our
No, but
nickname.
he's
That's our
giving you respect, is what he's saying.
yeah.
what.
That's our nickname for them. I'm sorry, I'm not going to change that. That is the nickname.
What he's identifying you out of that and
Yeah,
giving you respect.
Yeah, I'm not lumping you in on that right now. You're
Fair enough.
yeah.
I'm just
like
all I'm
said,
saying is
you have
that I
respect
don't.
for.
Yeah, well, I appreciate that, but I mean, as far as the rest of them, we're gonna have a difference of opinion because I have a lot of respect for you, but I also have a lot of respect for true empiricism as
Then why
well.
won't they come in my room?
Say what?
I mean, why will not they come in my room? I've gone to their rooms and you see what happens.
Well,
I'm treated. Wait, I'm muted constantly. Last time I went in there, I was muted 10 times. I am called a liar. I'm called dishonest. I am called. I don't know what I'm talking about. I have no business going into those rooms when I cannot have a conversation. Okay, if they want to engage with me and see what I can do, they need to come into my room. And to use viewership as an excuse is nonsensical. Like I said, I don't care if I have 1 viewer. Okay, I will record it on a different channel so nobody watches it, and then I'll put it up later. I don't care. Okay, it's not about viewership. And second of all, like I said, Christopher Hitzlap is simulcasting me on his channel. So it doesn't matter about views. I'll get views. I want him to be able to answer questions.
You guys know D, right?
Of course.
Yeah.
no,
Okay.
who?
D said one thing in the side chat one time. There's very few people that I've ever had an issue with, in as far as comments, and she mentioned Hogtie and Steve. I mean, think about this. This is somebody that actually listens to all the conversations. Do you understand?
D took issue with something Hogtie said?
No. She
Oh.
said, I've never had an issue
Oh,
with
yeah, yeah.
any hosts
Oh,
that
yeah.
either of you two have ever placed. In
Most
other
people
words,
don't.
it's like there's some type of a disagreement. I mean, I just don't get it. it's like.
Well, I mean, for example, when we got Wayne here, Wayne and I, we always got along. We had like 1 week where we kind of had words with each other. That was the week, if Wayne remembers the way I do, he had challenged me to a debate. And I don't ever debate anybody. This is not across the board. I do not debate. I think it's useless. I think it's great for other people. I like watching them, right? But it's not for me. I don't think that's my format. I like the open hangout where anybody can join as a free dialogue. But I liked Wayne a lot, and I took him up on it, and we had a really good debate. And he recognized what I was telling him was true, and he decided to go on his own path. And
What
he
was
took
the
some
debate
time.
about?
It was does Mac Revolution exist? And he took some time to and by the way, I mean, there's been nobody that I lost to this day except for No Name. He was the only person.
Who was for
Wait,
Mac Revolution?
oh, me, of course.
Okay.
Yeah, and you know, it still has all likes. There's no dislikes on it yet. But there's almost 1,000 views. Everybody agrees that we did a both
I'm gonna
good
go
job.
dislike it right now.
You looking at the one that you linking on my channel, the one that says mirror.
All right.
You can do that one. That one doesn't have as many views, but it's just easier to get. But you know, Wayne took it upon himself to do his own research, and I respected him infinitely amount for that. And he's come to the conclusion of theistic evolution now, my part is done. I'm not trying. Why would I try to convince him otherwise from his theism? That's not anything that I care about. I'm an apatheist when it comes to that. So I really get tired of people saying that I'm trying to change their religious viewpoints. I am not at all. And I think Wayne here, would you testify that I've never tried to say God did not exist?
Well, no. And I would say that if you did, all of the talks and conversation we had would have been less effective because I would have felt like it was more of a personal attack.
Exactly.
Very good point.
Yes, but even to this day, even now that you're a theistic evolution, I've stopped with you. You're done. You're finished. You're baked and you're good and you're on your own and you're going after Hovind and you're going to exceed me, I think. Okay, and it's like the student has become the master. I am thrilled to death. Right?
So,
I think
Wayne,
the issue comes into where you basically seem to think that like someone who like would believe in young Earth creationism, for example, is basically like dang near a fool. You know,
Well,
as opposed to one who wouldn't hold that view.
I was a younger creationist. I don't think the younger creationists are fools. It just hurts and burdens me a lot to know that people hold to a position that they don't really know that much about. You guys don't know anything.
Yeah, with mountains of evidence. Correct.
Right.
Wayne, can I ask you a question real quick? I mean, you're debating Hovind, right?
yeah, I heard about that, by the way.
Like that's I mean, like you're like the Obama of debating. You're like the first black guy to debate Kent Hovind. If I'm correct.
Well, it'll be his second time. Is coming up soon.
No, we're talking face to
Who
face.
debated Hovind?
Wayne is about to. He's the first African American to do it. He's the Obama of debating.
Oh, you debated.
Well, I have never debated Hovind, but I've discussed things with him on air, and I kicked his ass. I mean,
I was shocked about that myself, by the way, Wayne.
And then Isaiah's he got Eric Hovind, and both of us kind of engaged with Eric Hovind. But this is the first face-to-face thing that, if I'm not mistaken, right, Wayne?
Yeah, this will be face-to-face. I'm going to see if I can get a room at Temple University here in Philly and see if we can get like one of like the college rooms there, or maybe like we can like debate at a church or something like that.
Get a GoFundMe page started. I want to contribute to that.
No, you don't have to, Wayne. But I mean, if you would like to, off air, I mean, can we get together sometime and maybe I might give you a couple
discuss some arguments.
Yeah.
Like simple arguments, since Kent Hovind thinks like a fourth grader.
Yeah, because Fiona's debated him on air, and she did really well.
Mm-hmm.
And by the way, if anybody doesn't know, Wayne knows this, and Isaiah, but Hovind told me that he would not be using two claims in the future, and he said he couldn't go back and change his creationist handbook. And I told him I didn't ask him to, but he pretty much capitulated that the two claims I had brought to his attention in his book were wrong. And I had to correct him again on dogs only have dogs. I don't know why he can't get that straight. But you guys, if you haven't seen my video on it, it's a video of me explaining to Hovind why his radiometric claim datings were incorrect, and he had to capitulate that they were. And subsequently, by the way, I didn't include this in the video because I only found out recently. In his creationist seminar, I believe that he was deceptive by leaving out pertinent information that he would have
Yes.
seen when he made a clip.
Yes, I saw that, and I saw that. And he extracted
exactly.
the outer column of,
Yes.
Yes, I saw that. You proved it to me one night. I saw that.
Yeah, in the radiometric, in the citation he used, it was the quaternary stratigraphic for unglaciated Alaska, paper 865, and there was multiple columns, and one of the columns was dating, was the dates that they were found. It was 1940 in one and 1948 in the other, and that was clipped out. And so he or whoever made that video had to have known about it, and that was a deliberate misrepresentation of the claim.
Now I just gotta be straight up front with you, Steve. If you were to have a debate with someone like True Empiricism, would you only have it on my channel, or would you respect me enough as a moderator to do it on mine?
This is easy.
First of all, I will never debate again. Wayne was my only one. I've said that for the longest time. Matter of fact, I've said I will probably only ever do one debate. I did it. I have no desire to debate anybody, including True Empiricism. Would I trust you as a moderator? Yeah, for the most part. I think you're honest when it comes to moderation, but you're not. I don't want to say you're not honest because that would be bad. But I noticed.
Say what you feel, dude. If you feel a certain way, go ahead and say it. I don't care.
I think that your bias gets the best of you when you just sit there and listen to True and you're a yes man. Yeah, True. Steve does this. Steve does that. And yet, when I talk to you, you kind of seem to have an opposite opinion. I
wouldn't agree with that because
I know you don't, but I see it.
Well, you're just incorrect on that, sir.
Well, other people have pointed. Well, that might be, but other people have pointed that out as well. So I'm not the only one. Maybe it's constructive criticism.
Well, but the thing is, I'll get people that would point the same thing out as I say and agree with me. So we're kind of at an impasse on that, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, and I'm a person of principle of charity. Okay, that's one thing True is not. True always look for the worst in people.
How do you think he handles Jade West? Come on.
He thinks that I'm lying about everything. Let me give you an example, Antonio. If you want an example about this, do you remember the video I had where he accused me of cutting and editing? Remember that one? When I specifically.
No, I don't.
Okay.
I have to.
I made it. Yeah, I made a video about him when he had a debate, well, not a debate, but a discussion with Jake Herder, and it was on ATP synthase. And he had asked him, well, can you tell me what the differences and the similarities are of ATP synthase and a Pelton wheel? And one of the first things Jake said was, well, ATP is an enzyme. And he said, True said some other stuff, but he basically said no. He said it's not just an enzyme, blah, blah, blah. But Jake never said anything about just an enzyme. And I made a video about this, and I edited it, right? I edited it out just so I could get the good parts, right? And it was supposed to be a little comical because I edited in something from creation.com. And I even put in the video description. I said, I said something like, this has been edited for comedic license, okay? It didn't change the context. It didn't change the context at all.
But wasn't there a context where Jake actually made a misquote?
Well, let me finish, Jim, for a minute, because I haven't got to my point yet. The next day in a hangout, we had watched my video, and we had gotten that part, and I stopped it when I said, by the way, I just want for clarification purposes that True Empiricism did say a lot more between this and this, but I cut that part out because it was not relative. It was jargon bombing, but by the way, he doesn't understand what jargon bombing is. He confuses it with the word salad, not the same thing. And I said, I just want to know that it has been edited. Well, he makes a video called Fiona something and other the agents of dishonesty or something, disinformation agents. And he gets on Fiona, then he gets on me, and then he gets on Hogtie. And in the middle of the video, he's saying, well, see what Steve did? Steve's dishonest because he edited this video, and he thought he can get away with it. And come on, man. I sat there, and I specifically said in my Hangout that I edited it. I put it in my video that I edited it. And you're sitting there going, yeah, Steve just edited it. Steve is obviously disingenuous, and you didn't specifically say that, but you like, yeah, I agree. It looks like Steve's being dishonest. But you didn't even watch my video, or go to my video and see that I had commented that I edited out a bunch of what he said. So you see what I'm saying on that? No, you didn't even ask me. You didn't come to me. And you didn't say, Steve, True saying you're lying about this, man. If you respect me, brother, then why don't you come to me and ask me when I'm being accused of this stuff?
Hey, Steve, let me ask you. I'm sorry. Let me ask you a question.
Well, I would have liked him to answer, but.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, Antonio,
then you can,
please.
But I respect Antonio. That's why I will still come into Antonio's room.
Well, hold on. All right. So you're saying that all these edits that were going on, that you made it very clear in the description, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And in a hangout the very next day. Can anybody verify? Can anybody watch that? Did anybody watch that hangout?
Me,
okay.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm not making this stuff up. I made it very clear that I specifically said, hey, by the way, I just want everybody to know, True Pearson did say a lot of stuff between this and this, and I edited this out. And then he makes a very next day, he's making a video going, hey, Steve, edited this out and try to get away with it. It was so.
When Steve was just cherry picking just for a little bit. That's all he was doing.
Well, here's what will have to happen. I'll have to go back and see everything that was said between the both of you two and make a conclusion on what was going on, because I don't even remember all the details of everything that happened, to be perfectly honest with you.
If I sent you my video and his video, would you? And mine's not very long. Mine's like 2.5 minutes. Would you compare the two if I send them to you on Gmail tomorrow or Google Plus?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But here's what would have to happen. And I don't know if you would agree to this or not. You probably won't, but that's just what I'm gonna say. Because I would rather the both of y'all just like drop your pride or whatever and just talk about this like men.
You can come to my channel anytime. It's not pride. It's not nothing to do with pride.
I think it is like you told. Wait, hold on. Like you told me that you think you see, maybe a yes man thing in me or whatever. I think I see a little bit of pride in you, sir, to be quite honest.
Antonio, I have gone to his room a number of times, okay? He is not going to disrespect me and not come to mine and make me play his game. I'm not here to entertain him. If he wants to man up and come to my room and we can discuss this, I am fine with that. I've invited him. So don't say that you're not saying it specifically. People can't say that I'm running from him. But I don't want this third-party nonsense. He needs to come. He can come to my room. And he used this as an excuse. He said, well, Steve wrote me that if he comes to my room, he doesn't want to have a one-on-one with me. Well, he misinterpreted what I said. If he comes to my room, of course I'm going to engage with him, but I won't be the only one. Okay? My rooms have always been, for the last 100 videos I have, have been open hangouts where anybody can engage with anybody. Okay? And I'm not going to change my format for a special pleading for anybody, including him. And I've never done a one-on-one with anybody except for Wayne here. Okay? So that is something that I've always stood by. I'm not going to change that for him or anybody else. And he's asking for special pleading. No, that's not going to happen. If he wants to discuss this, I'm not running from him. I've not blocked him from my room. I'm not blocked him from my side chat. And I'm not blocked him from my comments on my videos. And by the way, he has me, Antonio. I cannot comment on his videos. I cannot comment on his side chat. And then he boots me every time I go into his hangouts. And he says, oh, look, Steve has no argument. Or Steve is this. No, he knows if he comes in my room, he's going to have an argument. And I will shut down his argument like no end. Okay? Because his argument is crap.
But it seems to me like literally the only reason why you wouldn't have a discussion in my room is because you think I'm a yes man.
No, that's not the reason. No, if I thought that, Antonio, please, by all means, if you ever know anything about me, I would tell you. Okay? Mm-hmm. I don't like the fallacy for motive thing. I am a very honest, direct person, and if I thought that, I would say that. I don't.
And I see what you're saying, and I don't like fallacies for motive either.
I mean, one second. I swear to God, see, I'll let you. Just 1 second. Even if Wayne said, "Hey, Wayne," if you even said, "Hey, I will moderate you," and True, I adore Wade. He's like one of my favorite fucking people. Oh, I'm sorry. He's one of my favorite freaking people on. I forgot I was in your room. Person on YouTube, right? But I wouldn't even do it for him. And by the way, I do respect that, Antonio. I don't curse in your room, so please forgive me. I respect people's policies. I just want you to know that.
I appreciate that. All right.
My room, I can say what I want.
Well, of course, yeah.
but it's funny because he says something the other day about he can say what he wants, and I'm like, yeah, absolutely, it's your channel, but I have a right to come in and try to defend myself. Like, he accused me of lying about not being able to talk loud after 10 o'clock, okay, which you can tell I'm whispering right now, right? And he accused me of motive. He says, oh, well, you're just using Lyrical as an excuse. And that's and no, you can ask Lyrical. I cannot be loud after 10 o'clock. And he's like, that's why.
That's the 10-second of lag that Hogtie had too.
Same principle. Same principle. He was telling Hogtie to shut up, and you were talking. Okay, and there was lag. But see, the difference is I can't go in his room and confront him. He shut me down. He muted me 10 times. He wanted to talk about ATP synthase. Okay? Now, if he comes into my room, if I make a comment about him, I'm not going to shut him down. I'm not going to boot him. I'm going to be like, okay, what's your argument about what I had to say? Let's talk about it. Okay? But he didn't do that. If you want to talk about being a coward, why would he mute me when I go in there specifically to be a man and confront him for accusing me of using my roommate to hide Tommy Hall? I mean, let's think about this, Antonio. Who is the coward at this point? Because it certainly isn't me. See, what was your question?
I was trying to see if I was very interested. Scorpio, I was talking about this thing called the electric universe. I wanted to know what you guys think about that, and if we can actually engage in that conversation.
Oh yeah, I'm very interested on that.
That you just opened up a can of worms on that one, didn't you?
That's what I've been waiting for.
Well, Scorpio and I have had this discussion. We've talked about electric universe. I'm not up on it as much as I should be, although I probably know more than most. The electric universe model is a model that was originally started to be postulated by a guy named Immanuel Velikovsky. If you read his book, which I have, Worlds in Collision, he posits that in the early epochs of the universe, especially the solar system, there was a great upheavals, and there was another planet in the sky, that Venus was actually a comet that was ejected out of Jupiter, and all this was because of plasmic activity instead of the sun being held up by fusion. Okay, the model postulates that there are anions and cations, or basically in this case anodes and cathodes, I should say, would be a better explanation. And what an anode and cathode is basically a negative and positively charged thing of a diode. Okay, and a diode, the older version is a vacuum tube. You had a filament. You had a negative anode, which is a negatively charged, and at the very top you had a positively charged cathode. And you can make what's called a lightning device out of this. Okay, and what happens is lightning actually discharges between the anode and the cathode. Well, that's how they postulate that the scars and craters on the moon became in existence. I'm getting weird feedback. That's why I'm stuttering, by the way. So if you're I think it's Wayne. Oh, thank you. Whenever I hear my own voice, I swear to God, I can't even think. But anyways, the electric universe is this model that says that the sun itself is not held up by nuclear fusion. It's actually held up by no, I'm still getting it. Weird. Maybe it's C. I think it's UC. But it's held. Anyways, I'll finish. It's held up. Maybe you. It's held up by the plasmic model. Okay. The problem that we have with that, with this couple, but just recently we've actually found neutrinos from the sun in the wavelength and frequency that we expected, with the energy we expected of the proton-proton reaction. So the proton cycle we expected to see in the sun, the fusion that we see in the sun, we found the neutrinos we were expecting. It used to be called the missing neutrino problem. Well, we don't have that problem anymore. So the electric universe people cannot say, hey, look, these missing neutrinos. Well, as of last year, that's no longer a problem. So yeah, I don't think the electric universe model holds water. I think it's 60 years out of date. I think that people are holding on to it for very odd and strange reasons, and I think it's been falsified by the missing neutrino problem.
You think the missing neutrino problem falsifies the electronic universe?
Well, it definitely doesn't leave us any credence because the model we predicted, right? We predicted a certain energy level of photons from these types of reactions. Okay, as you know, a fusion is basically when you take two lighter elements and you stick them together to a heavier element. So you have hydrogen coming together with other hydrogen, and it forms helium. Okay, this is a four-step process. It's called the proton-proton cycle, and every time this happens, it releases energy in the form of photonic energy. Those are like a fingerprint. It is this very specific energy level that we're looking for. And there wasn't enough neutrinos to account for the entire proton-proton reaction to keep the sun sustained. But like I said, after last year, they found the problem. I can't. The technical reasons are beyond me right now. What the actual issue was, but I can just tell you that they did find the energy levels they were looking for, and it did solidify the model that the sun is held up by fusion. And most people think that. I mean, if you ask what powers the sun on the man on the street, they're going to probably tell you it's nuclear powered fusion reactor, right?
I hate to interrupt this, but I'm getting tired. If y'all want to talk about this after I end this hangout, y'all more than welcome to. But I'm about to drop out.
Okay, man. Okay. But Antonio, please drop in my room. Don't let people scare you off. My room is not like people think it or what they think it is. I mean, my room is very popular. Everybody gets a chance to talk. It's conversational. I don't sit there and try to pick off the weakest chain. I think that's absurd. I like the challenge.
He's truly a gentleman. Trust me on this.
All right. Thanks everyone for watching. God bless.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.